What's up, everybody? How's it going? Enrico, welcome in. How are you doing? We're gonna get started in just a moment. Good, how about you? Yeah, I'm doing good. Just getting everything ready to go. Okay. So yeah, we're gonna work more on Lured In today. There's just a couple little minor things I've been wanting to fix. Extremely minor. There's this one bug with the playtest menu that pops up and it doesn't go away, so we gotta fix that. I really don't know what's causing it. I've been trying to replicate it, but I don't know how to replicate it. I've been just opening my game over and over, but that doesn't seem to work. So I'm not really sure exactly what's causing that one. It could be a Linux specific issue, perhaps. I've only seen 2 people run into it. And I know that Spencer is on Linux, so maybe it's that. But I don't know, like, why it would be a Linux specific issue. To me, it seems pretty obvious that what's happening is, for some reason, the playtest menu like doesn't get set as the active menu, right? So when you try to go to close it, it just doesn't work. Yeah, like that's basically what the issue is. It doesn't think that the menu is actually open. Like the menu believes that it is closed already. And so when you click on the X, it just doesn't do anything. But I don't know why that's happening. That's kind of the thing we have to figure out. It's difficult. But yeah, we'll have to keep trying. Let's go ahead and pop it in this view. So this is all the code for this, right? And it's pretty straightforward. I say, if our region is now the main menu, go ahead and toggle on. Like that's literally it. It's pretty straightforward. It's really hard for me to fix this bug without being able to replicate it, right? So I kind of have to figure out how to make it happen. I mean, I could add in some like, you know, safety mechanisms and bloat the code with a bunch of garbage, but I'd really just like to fix the actual problem. Now, I don't think it's the X button being on the right. That to me would be weird if that was what was causing it, but we can try. You never know. I don't know why my computer's being laggy. It's not that. I'm trying to think if it's like some setting or something, like maybe it's the animated menu setting. Why is my mouse being so laggy? It's better. Okay. Yeah, I might just have to keep opening and closing the game a bunch, I'm not sure. I'm gonna close some stuff out of here though. It's the deadlift stuff we're working on. Those. Yeah, it's just very strange. I don't know. Oh. Maybe that's what's going on here. But I thought the people that were running into it, it was happening while they were still in the same menu or whatever, right? So I think what I need to do here then... But since it's not in the main menu, it should have ran toggle off. So it should have closed itself. But I guess the issue is that it never even thought that it was open to begin with. And I think that's the issue, right? And so even if I call toggle off, it doesn't actually close because it was never technically open. So, is there a difference between the playtest and the demo? The demo is gonna like stop being updated soon, I think after next fest. And it's gonna kind of stay like static where it's at. I might do like some bug fixes if I do run into them, but the playtest will be updated continually with like the full game content so we can test it, you know? So, yeah, it's gonna be the plan. So yeah, if you have the playtest version, that's probably going to stay up to date more. I keep getting so much like of these garbage sponsor offers. Hi, I'm with Trippo AI. We're running influencer campaigns. This is stupid. Got all those, then another garbage one from Tisana UGC. It's dumb. We'd love to have you join Tisana Earn and pay you to create games with AI. Guaranteed $50 base plus view bonuses up to 500. That's like really bad pay for a sponsorship. It's stupid. Those are all scams. Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I never once for a second thought any of it was real. Yeah, it's pretty stupid. Yeah, why does this... It's very strange. No, it's because it opens up into another menu. I only want this to show up if it's in the main menu. So is it just because I have it like visible by default or something? But it should automatically make itself go invisible. Right, because it has playtest prompt right here. And then in... Oh my god, I think I might just be a stupid idiot. It's because I'm not calling super. Is that why? And so it doesn't actually make itself go invisible. I might be the dumbest man alive. Yeah, that's probably what happened. And then if I turn off skip main menu, I think it'll be fine now. That was extremely silly. I know, that's always how these bugs go. Like, it's never like this big long thing that you have to fix. It's always just like one little tiny line or something, you know? So, it's frustrating. I have skip main menu on. Let me make sure it saves. But that's okay. Let's see if it works. Yeah, so feedback thing shows up. I can close it. Okay. Well, that was a pretty easy bug to fix, so... What else do we want to do? Gonna be real, that was kind of the only bug that I actually identified. I'm not aware of any others right now. There might be more in here. Hold on one second there. Is there going to be some new things to do with research points? Yeah, I definitely, that's like one thing I want to work on, especially for the full version. Just have more stuff to spend research on, because I know it is kind of a problem right now. Like early game, there's not enough stuff to spend on research, where it's like, you need like, or like, how do I put this? Early game with research, everything is too expensive, and then late game, you just have an excess of research points. So we need to like balance both ends of it, right? We need to make early game have more like low value researches available, and then late game have more high value researches, basically is what I'm getting at. And I think that'll help really balance everything out. So yeah, we'll tackle that like soon. I don't want to do it before next fest, because that's only 3 days away. But yeah, something that can be infinitely researched. I have set up the entire research system to support research levels, right? So you can research the same thing more than once. And so honestly, we could set up a new type of research that can be researched multiple times, you know? It's possible. I'd have to change the UI a tiny little bit, but not that bad. So yeah, maybe we do that. It would be pretty cool. But yeah, let's see here. Are there any other bugs anybody has identified? So I've been looking through here. I don't think so. I'll just reply to these people. And it's with the skip main menu option. Should work normally for the next version I'm gonna push today. Okay. But yeah, like this, I definitely think that would be good. So this should be more obvious when you catch 2 fish at once from a lucky hook. Yeah, that's probably a good idea. Make it big bucks. Dang, 4 million in a minute. Pretty crazy. Yeah, achievements is something that we'll start taking a look at. Hopefully I can get this done pretty quick. Excuse me. So yeah, we can fix that bug. Yeah, this is a funny bug. They lagged right at the moment they bought an upgrade, and so it let them buy an upgrade without checking their current cash value. There is a pretty easy way to fix that. I might have to, just because it could potentially become a problem. Oh yeah, and then this little reed, the roots are poking out. So there's a couple minor, like extremely minor things we could fix. We might as well like take advantage of it now. Just while we're in kind of a period where we're not super busy with other stuff. So oh yeah, that was that like PDF somebody sent. Okay, let's go into the pond. So we're just gonna move this one reed up a little bit. I don't know which one it is. It is this one. And we're just gonna go about like right there. Now it's no longer clipping into the water. Are there any other reeds clipping? There are. That's an extremely minor thing, but I could see how some people would be a little disappointed. All right, I think we're good. So fixed a couple of reeds in the pond, clipping into the edges of the water. Alrighty. What else we got in here? Yeah, the lag when buying an upgrade is indeed a thing. We could fix it, because if somebody does get that bug, it is a little problematic, because they can get negative money, and it might take a long time to get rid of it. So, basically anywhere where I'm attempting to buy something, right, where I say money minus equals travel cost, I have to just check if I have enough money. So... Alright. So anywhere where I say global.money minus equals all of these. It's not actually that many here. So on buy pressed. So I'll just have to say if money is greater than or equal to calculated cost. I'll say if it's just less than calculated cost, then I just return and don't do anything. Let's say global.money. So that's all I need. It's just one line, all these sections to check if I actually have enough money. And then we're good to go. So this one is already good. If money is greater than or equal to decoration cost, then I do that one. If travel cost is greater than 0... and global money, I'll just put this line in here. All right, it's gonna be travel cost. And you have to check all these things, you know, to make sure that it's gonna work. We have to do the same thing with the pots. So If money is less than cost, return. And the last one, the aquarium cursor. Money is greater than cost, minus equals. All right, so pretty easy. That should all be checked now, so it shouldn't be possible to do it anymore. And we're just gonna go try buying all those things and make sure that it all works properly. Still, it should. I don't see why it wouldn't, but you know, don't accidentally make an upgrade unpurchasable or something, because that would be kind of bad. So, first things first, we gotta check the upgrade panel, which is like one of these guys. So that works just fine, and then when I run out of money, I can't do it anymore. All right. And we could also like test this at a really low FPS, and that's how I can like see if I can still replicate this issue. I set it down to 10, and then I can like, yes, I was unable to buy an upgrade I didn't have money for, so that's good. That's what we want. So as for the, so we did upgrade. Let's check the tank cursor. Let's get an expensive guy. That one's working fine. Region panel for traveling. That looks good. I can cast out of my area. All right, next up, the pot button. It's gonna take way too long. Let's do one that's more expensive. River? Oh, it's too expensive. Oh yeah, there we go. Yep. And then the last one is the aquarium cursor, which is basically placing down decorations. I don't think I modified that one, so there shouldn't be any problems, but just want to make sure. All right, cool. So we're all good to go. All the upgrading still works. The purchasing still works. Maybe add a failsafe to be sure when your money is negative, it just resets to 0. I mean, we should be good to go now. That's the only places where I ever subtract money, right? When I say minus equals. So there shouldn't be any other way to get negative money unless you purposely give yourself negative money. So typically, like, when it comes to stuff like this, my philosophy is like, I'd rather kind of fix the core issue than adding a failsafe, right? Because what'll happen even if I add the failsafe, it's like they still end up spending money they don't have, so it doesn't really like fix the issue. So yeah, we should be good to go now. I think I can't imagine any other possibility in how someone could get negative money. Let's see, Wiseham, welcome in. Playing Starground for 3 hours on the demo. Oh yeah. Very cool. Yeah, hopefully it was fun. Yeah, one of these days I'll probably update the Starground demo. It's hard though, since, you know, there's a lot of more stuff in the full game. I don't know. Did I check YouTube chat? Yeah, I do. Are you Wiseham on YouTube? Oh, okay, yeah. Many YouTubers don't, and I respect anyone who does. Yeah, I've got a chat set up here so I can like see both YouTube and Twitch in the same chat, so it's nice. Ah, your wife's name. Okay, nice. Yeah, I've seen that though for sure before. I've gone into like a stream on YouTube and they just don't read the YouTube chat. So I figured if I'm gonna multi-stream, I should actually read both. But yeah. Gotta get that lured in transition. Lured in transition. Which oh, like the one that whenever you like travel between different areas and stuff inside of the game, where it has like the diamonds or whatever. I can't remember if I used a pre-made one or if that was the one that I made myself. I'll have to take a look at that. Yeah, like this little like. Let's go look at what I did for that. I think I just called it transition. Yeah, this is the one that I made myself. So closest I found. Yeah, let's take a look at this. Oh, yeah. Yeah, this looks pretty cool. I can totally send this to you if you want. It's a very simple shader. I just have a noise texture that you put in here, and then a progress value. And then all I do to transition between the two is I just you just change the progress value to choose how transitioned the shader is, right? So yeah, I can send this over. Are you on Discord? I can just type it in there if you are. You can join on into the Discord server. Yeah, epic. Yeah, it works pretty well. And you can put in whatever kind of noise texture you want in here. So you could also do like I just have like a noise texture set up that's just like a I can go show you what I have set up just so you can replicate it. Global UI, transition. So this is the noise texture that I'm using. It's using cellular. I think I have fractal off, so it's just like this big like grid of squares. But you can change this to whatever kind of noise texture you want. So theoretically, you could do like some cool stuff. Like if I go ahead and duplicate, let me copy and then paste as unique so we can mess around. Which I don't know if I can paste this as unique. That's okay. I'll go on here and then say make unique recursive. Want all of that stuff to get unique. Then yeah, you can do whatever you want in here. So like if you wanted to, I believe theoretically you could use a noise texture. Like instead of this grid, you could do something like this. And then I think when you set your progress, I have the resolution on this set super tiny, but if you set it a lot larger and then also set it to seamless, now you can do like this kind of transition. So it's extremely simple, but I think it works really well. So womp. And you can do whatever you want in here. You could do a cellular and then turn on the fractal, do like ridged or something. That actually looks insane. What? Whoa. That's crazy. That pattern. Yeah, you can get some pretty cool patterns here. I need to change the jitter and all that. There we go. Now this is the normal default. Yeah, you can do some really cool looking patterns with this. And also you could just like have like you could generate your own like texture to do this with too. Like I could do like a fish or something if I wanted to. But yeah, anyways, I will send this over. And then for the color, do I? Okay, I'm just setting it to a solid color. Okay, nice. Let me go send this over. How do you do like code formatting again? I don't think GDScript is a supported language. Or this isn't even GDScript, this is a HLSL or whatever. Oops, how do I send it again? I have to go like, oh yeah, I have to like end it first. There you go, and I'll just specify be used on a rect set to expand on the whole canvas with what kind of texture you want in the noise property. I used a cellular noise texture with 0 what's it called? With 0 jitter. All right, there you go. Anyways, so what else do we want to tackle? I already forgot. Go back to that channel. Okay, so we fixed all those issues. I'm just gonna write that down. Where you could sometimes spend more money than you had if you had a spontaneous lag spike. All right. Welcome back. I just sent over the stuff to you, so sent you the shader and then also like the type of noise texture that I used. But yeah, let me know if you got any questions for that stuff. And you can easily tweak this a lot, you know, you could like, if you didn't want it to be like, I just have this set to either full alpha or 0 alpha for like how visible the sections of the texture is, you know. But you could completely change that if you wanted to. You could make it like a smooth transition too. There's a lot of ways you could do it. So, but yeah. Anyways, yeah, shaders are cool. they're so like, I don't know. This is a very easy little chunk of code to write. You know, I mean, the difficulty with shaders is just knowing what to write. You know, to somebody that's never done any shaders, even this little bit would be difficult, but I think over time, as you write them more, you just start to get a lot more familiar with how to make your own. So it's been really fun with Lurden so far, making all these different shaders. And these are all things I can just reuse wherever I want, you know. If I want to reuse that transition shader, I can drop it over in a deadlift or something. It doesn't matter. So Lurden is awesome. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Let me close all these random panels I have open. Hold on, let's close all of the tabs. All right. So, what's the next thing we want to tackle on the list? Yeah, they were suggesting changing the description for the eel. Yeah, I forgot that I already called the eel the something like that as like the snake of the sea. But yeah, maybe I'll change that. I would like to add a help command to the commands, just because it's really hard to like tell what you're actually able to do. So with the command menu, so maybe we'll do that. Pixel art cues for the transition. I just did a cellular noise texture. I can show you the exact setup. So right in here, I did a shader, a noise texture here, and then I did fast noise light with cellular as the noise type. So, and then all I did down in here is underneath the cellular tab, I just disabled the jitter. And jitter kind of makes the squares, like you can see as I up this, they're like random. So you can make them random. It just depends on like the vibe you're looking for. But I set the jitter to 0 so that they're all like aligned in a nice grid. So, but yeah. So yeah, let's put all our commands out into a commands table, I think. Character, hair types, shirt types, sleeve types. Doesn't matter where I put it. I've actually used noise textures. Yeah, they're really useful for a lot of things. Var commands table, type of dictionary with a string in a dictionary. All right. Then if we go into the commands menu. So how do I want to go about doing this, right? Because it's like, I need to add a description of this stuff, and then also, let's see. I want to have like some kind of parser to know what is the stuff I'm putting in. Well, so I guess the issue though with a help command is like, how do we? I don't have like a text box or anything to help you with the command. So I might explore that later. I don't really want people to use the commands table anyways. It's not meant for people to touch. Anyways. So yeah, this person made like a PDF here of a bunch of stuff. We can look at it. So, so they're talking about adding in different types of rods. Something we could do. I don't know if I'm gonna do I'm not sure if I'm going to do different rods or not. Like, I could see doing that. What does resistancy mean or do? I don't really know. What is this? Specialty versus fishing in snowy locations. Acquiring 200 research. I don't know if that's the route I want to go with or not with rods. Hard to say. It is something I want to explore eventually because, you know, just having the same rod forever is a little boring. So I could see doing like a fancier rod eventually. I don't know if I want to do rods as being like a mechanic or just a skin though, and that's the thing I'm conflicted with, I guess. The art flirting is amazing. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Yeah, it's been really fun drawing all of it. I always do enjoy, like, sometimes 3D modeling is really hard and time consuming, but just doing pixel art is easy for me just because I've done so much of it. Rods. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I could see doing more rods, but the thing is like, what would they actually do? Because I already have equipment upgrades, you know, we've got like the improved bait that increases the chance, the speed to catch stuff. Like, I could make it so you can buy a new rod, but I just don't know if it'll like matter what exactly the rods will do. And it seems odd to like give them their own stats on top of other upgradable stats unless I change the whole upgrade system for everything. Because what I could do is like make it so you upgrade each rod that you get. So like you get a rod and then you buy upgrades for that rod, right? But then it kind of makes upgrading a little boring because, you know, like eventually once you fully upgrade a rod, you're just going to replace it with a different one anyways, you know? So I don't know if it feels very rewarding to do that. I'm not sure. And then what are these? Big, large, and shiny. Okay. Plastic bag, fishbone, branch. I do have an inkling that a lot of this was AI generated. I don't know how I feel about like catching garbage yet. Like, you could catch garbage, but it's like, why? That's the only thing. Whenever I think about stuff like this, the fishing mechanics, I always have to ask myself why. Like, what is the reason that I should spend time implementing a feature? Because working as one person, I really have to optimize my time. Like, maybe all of this stuff would be cool if I threw it in, but it's like, unless it really improves the gameplay or does something meaningful, it's better for me to work on something else then, you know? These are just different fish ideas. Stingray. I want to do a like coral reef zones. That's going to be in a different area. You suggest doing an Arctic snowy map? Maybe. Eventually I want to do Antarctica as a fishing location because that'd be cool. What's your opinion on AI for game dev? Personally, I think it's kind of like, to me, games are an art form. You are putting yourself into the project, and using AI is kind of like defeating that whole purpose. It's like purposely removing yourself from the art creation side of it, right? And even like for me with programming, it's less so the artistic integrity in that sense, but like I make games so that I can get better at making games. And like for me, using AI is kind of like cheating me out of that opportunity to learn and improve, you know? And maybe one day AI is going to be way better than any game developer programmer ever. But like, I want that control over everything and that understanding of my own project. Because at least right now, if you use AI for programming, like it can do a tiny little self-contained thing, but you try to throw a big project at it and it just doesn't. It starts contradicting itself and throwing in things that doesn't work with other things, and it starts to become not your project anymore. It's the AI's project, right? That's at least what I think. If people use AI and they want to do it or whatever, I don't care. It's not my game. But it's like, what would be the point of painting something? Like, if I was Leonardo da Vinci painting the Mona Lisa, it wouldn't mean anything if I just had a robot do it for me. And that's the big thing. Is like, I want everything I make to have meaning. So, yeah, anyways, that's what I think. But I agree 100%. Let's go. Yeah. I always see like the side of it of people where they're like, well, whether you like it or not, Snowflake, the gaming industry doesn't care about meaning or your feelings. And all people really care about is making money. So if you aren't using AI, you're shooting yourself in the foot. I'm just like, whatever, man. I don't care. Go use your AI then and make some slop that nobody's gonna buy. But also, that's the other thing to me. I don't care about the money, really. Like, of course, I'd love to make money, and that is, like, my goal right now, just so I can sustain making more games. But it's a means to an end. Like, the actual ultimate goal is just making more stuff. So, like, the better I get at expressing my own humanity in the projects I create, then I think the happier I will be about the things I create. So, but yeah. So I don't care. Maybe I would be making more money if I was using AI or something, but I would be cheating myself. I'd be like, I feel like it would turn from something that I really enjoy doing into this hollow husk of a hobby, of a job. I don't know. AI gets made and trained by humans' brains. Yeah, so it can only make things more efficient to me. So you're saying... So what do you mean by that? Also, welcome in. So you're saying that, like... I'm trying to process. So yeah, made and trained by human brains. So you're just saying you don't have like a downside with it is essentially what you're saying? Maybe I'll use it to study, but game dev is my thing that I like to know what my project is. Yeah. That's the thing. Like, I am happy that the things that I create, and this is all just my own personal opinion, by the way. I don't care if other people use AI. But for me, it's like, it's very fulfilling to know that everything in my project was actually made by me. That I wrote all of these characters and everything, you know? There's like a couple things that I haven't made. Some shaders I've taken from Godot shaders. And really the only reason is just because some of those shaders are extremely hard to make. Shaders are complicated. But honestly, most of the time whenever I do grab one of these shaders, I usually change the shader in some form. And I think over time I start to make more and more of my own shaders just because I finally feel like I'm wrapping my head around things a little bit more. But there's nothing like super wrong with that. I mean, it's fine. It can make the process more efficient, but the outcome cannot trump creativity, in my opinion. Yeah, I definitely agree with that. I mean, like, I don't know for me specifically if it makes me more efficient. And any time that I've ever like attempted to use it just out of curiosity, yeah, I just spent so much time arguing with it where I'm like, no, it's not right. Also, I hate that form of programming, like basically just engineering your sentences in the right way. It's not fun. I do kind of like the problem solving and actual writing of code. So, yeah, I don't think the creativity side ever can compete with humans. I think one of the big things that humans will always have over an AI is an individual story and experience, you know? And I always see that with every game that I play. Like I can feel the people that put their selves into a project, you know? We have all these biases and memories and stories and things that have happened throughout our lives that AI doesn't have because it's not a real creature with emotions, you know? And so, to me, I think that's always going to make for a much more interesting narrative, something that, like, you have that human-to-human connection with a game developer, you know? I think. Not every game is like that. Some games are just corporate slop, make as much money as possible, and then nobody actually cares about the humanity of their game.
Yo.
Anyways.
Was cooking good looking.
Hey, Two Socks, welcome in. How's it going? What's cooking? Yeah, we're just working on fixing a bunch of random things with Lured In right now. There's not really that many issues, but I'm just kind of going through our feedback channel and spotting if anybody's had problems. I already fixed 2 things. And even though these are like bugs in the game, it's like only a couple people ever really run into them. So yeah, we fixed this issue where people could get negative money if they bought something at like a low FPS. Also some little reeds clipping into the water. Oh yeah, I also had to put down this. It's an issue where the playtest in prompt go up. You had the skip main menu option on and would brick your game. So that shouldn't happen anymore. Let me see, everything else up here I didn't read. So right now, me sitting here figuring out on my own this transition, I've done nothing but improve it for myself because I actually played around the noise and how I'm doing the transition code. Yeah, exactly. That's what I always do when I get shaders on Godot shaders. I'm always like messing with them. And this is the lovely thing about MIT license or CC0, which a lot of these are, is that you can do whatever you want with them and modify them and change them however you see fit, which I always really appreciate. Because I could go find some cool shader that I like, and I can dive into the code and like understand how it works. And then this is like a super complicated shader because it's generating a whole 3-dimensional planet. But it's so fun. I feel like that's the best way to learn, in my opinion, for shaders is like find a shader that is cool and then look at the code and try and understand how it works and also like how you can change it to fit your project better. Because I do that all the time, you know. I look at something like this and I'm like, I want this to be slightly different, or I want control over like individual parts of the alpha transparency on the colors or something, you know. So that's like a super easy thing that I could do. Like if in here, it doesn't in this case, but like if it controlled the alpha with another float, I could just change it where it's like, no, I want to use the alpha on my noise texture instead, and then go in here and do it, you know. Which actually does calculate alpha there, fire intensity. I don't know where it's calculating that. But yeah, there's a whole bunch of stuff you could do like that, so I think it's a great way to learn. Because it's hard to go from nothing to something with shaders. So having like a little bit of an example to mess around with is very nice. Like, how the heck does this thing work, you know? Stencil buffer is so cool. I want to learn the stencil buffer more with Godot because it can do some insane stuff. You can do like portals and some really neat things. Yeah, so you just like throw that on. It's insane. You can make literal portals, which is so cool. I really want to get better at those. This is complicated. But honestly, this shader is pretty simple. You know? It's kind of only a couple lines. But anyways. David Huffman, welcome in. How's it going? Let's see. I've also nothing wrong. I used AI to generate all my shaders and regret it, and now use Godot shaders. Yeah. I think AI isn't very good at shaders, or at least from what I've seen. And that's because also another thing too is like Godot updates, and human programmers can adapt very quickly, but AI will not until it trains on a whole new set of training data. And that's the other thing I found working or trying to get it to work with Godot before, where I'm like, it just doesn't understand any of the stuff post like Godot 3.5. So it's kind of just shooting yourself in the foot, I think. Where it is now, you're definitely more proficient. Not me though. I mean, that's fair, yeah. I have been programming for quite some time, so. Be more efficient if the hypothetical AI was a tool built with the purpose of helping you do a productive thing faster. LLMs are built with the purpose of deceiving you. Their output appears human. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Is they, when you really think about, I think sometimes people think AI is this like complicated, monstrous program that's like incomprehensible how it works. But here's the thing, it's not really smart at all. It doesn't think even remotely close to how a human thinks. Literally, it's just pattern recognition. Like, you just throw in most LLMs, you have this massive list of text, you know? And then you're basically telling the AI, take a guess at what text goes after this text. So you like ask a question, and it's like, blah, 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 blah. And then now you're saying, okay, AI, what should go after this text based off of all the other stuff you've seen before? And so it has no concept of whether what it's saying is correct. You know, it can't check its own stuff for logic because it doesn't like it's not processing. It doesn't have a brain. It's not like reading this stuff and like understanding what it's saying. It's just kind of like an algorithm guessing what's supposed to be next. It doesn't actually know that like what is supposed to be next. This is taking a wild guess. So I think that's the current limitation of LLMs. Eventually we'll probably reach a point where we stop simulating AI like this and actually like simulate individual neurons, you know, more like a real brain. And I think at that point, that's when we're going to get our AGI and everything's going to go crazy. But I think LLMs eventually will have kind of a limit. So, I mean, we're already kind of seeing that. I think the like ratio of training data to performance is kind of leveling off, where we're starting to need a lot of training data. And another funny thing too is now I think companies hitting that limit now have to AI generate their own training data. And that's the point where the quality of the AI is going to start going bad if we're training it on more AI. Because then you start like, AI always has like a little bit of bias because nothing is truly random. And so if you're compounding training on top of AI training data, then it's going to start to show some issues eventually. But anyways. Do you think it's possible to code a self-learning AI in Godot alone? I mean, theoretically, it's possible. I think the bigger question is, would it run fast enough to be practical? And would somebody be able to do it in a reasonable amount of time? but anyways. How do I do my noise for the transition? So if we go back to here, I've got so in here I selected the noise texture 2D. Then you go under here for noise, select fast noise light. And then I did cellular for the noise type. And jitter set to 0. Thank you for the follow. Return type is distance to division. There's just all these different like ways that it can calculate the cells or whatever, right? So thank you for the follows. I appreciate it. You can do like add or subtract. All of these different things in here will do kind of a different looking square. So you can mess with all these. And yeah, jitter set to 0. And then also make sure that you set fractal to none, because otherwise it's going to have like another like layer on top. And I have my resolution set to 50 pixels. You can tweak that also. And my frequency at 0.02. But anyways. But AGI doesn't exist probably, thankfully. Yeah, won't in our lifetimes, yeah. Hopefully not. Yeah, honestly, I don't think AGI would be a very good thing for humanity. I think the issue with any kind of new technological advancement is the fact that everyone's on a different playing field. And so, like, what would happen is the richest people will always get access to the newest, best stuff first. And that makes them more rich and more powerful, right? It's the same thing, like, if we discover, like, immortality. It's not like the average Joe is going to be immortal. It's going to be all the trillion and billionaires first. And that's always how it's going to be. Which is unfortunate. But, oh well. Anyways. Let's keep looking through our list then. And a lot of the stuff in here is just suggestions for new content, not necessarily like problems. You know, stuff like speech bubbles. I want to explore that stuff eventually. I do want to add like driftwood and stuff as decorations you can put down, because we don't have that yet. Yeah, right now I'm really focused on bug fixing, right? Not necessarily new content. There's a couple new things that we might do that are sort of more reinterpreting the mechanics we already have versus like adding new mechanics, right? One thing I've been wanting to do is for earning money. It feels a little underwhelming. And I'll go into that in just a minute, but notification bubbles, I mean, that could be cool. I do need to get it set up so you can click outside of the UI. That would be nice. I'll have to think about how to implement that. I think the way to do that would be to have a big color rect behind all of the UI. And then if that one node receives like an unhandled input event, then we know that it has been clicked on and nothing else, right? So that's probably how we would do that. But we have to be kind of careful. Yeah, we can explore that right now. See if it's something that we can make work. Look outside. UI to dismiss. Turn the light off in the tanks. Grow moss. Yeah, notification bubbles would be kind of nice. Just so you know when it like needs stuff, feeding or cleaning or whatever. Difference between cartoon villains and IRL billionaires is IRL billionaires are more ridiculously stupid and more capable of causing mass death and suffering. Yeah. Yeah, cartoon billionaires are nothing. They like actually spend their money for normal reasons. Like they have a big fancy mansion and swim around in their pool of golden coins. I wouldn't care if that's all billionaires were doing, right? It's like whatever. But that's not what people do in real life. Oh yeah, this whole message got blocked, which was stupid. Minigame with your With the wheel. So we can fix eventually. Yeah, let's snooze the ad. Hold on. Like difference that they don't get defeated by plot armored heroes. That's also very true. Yeah. Made this whole system where they don't have to own the production of any real thing. Yeah, that's something that's kind of like silly about net worth. Because like recently there's the whole SpaceX IPO and now Elon Musk is a trillionaire. But like he doesn't actually have $1 trillion. He has like a theoretical $1 trillion, you know what I mean? A fake $1 trillion. But if he ever tried to sell any of his stock to get the $1 trillion, the issue is that immediately the value of the stock would crash and then he won't get his $1 trillion. So it's like, it's just kind of a silly metric in the first place. It's like, I have all this money, but you don't actually have that much money. You know, it's not like you could just go and spend that money immediately. It would take you a long time to liquidate any of your actual value. So, yeah, it doesn't make any sense. But well, yeah, what's crazy though is that you can still like get loans using that value as collateral, right? And so that's the way they kind of liquidate. Is they're like, hey, big bank, I want a loan for $1 billion, but I will use my whatever $100 billion of stocks as my collateral. Then the bank is like, okay. So that's the way it works. They just get infinite money. But yeah. Create an infinite cycle of investment in AI-related companies where nobody's producing any value. Yeah, line go up. Yeah. I don't know how it couldn't be a bubble. Eventually. I don't think it's going to be anytime soon. But like, I don't know how people will generate so much value out of it. Especially when it's so easy for somebody to come in and just do the same thing, but like an open source free program. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I think the only value it's generated so far is probably just with like B2B sales, like business related stuff, right? Because businesses have a lot of money and they will spend money to be up to date with the newest big thing. But when it comes down to the actual like real value creation, I'm not sure. It almost feels a little bit like insurance companies where it's kind of like fake value added. Like, we'd probably be better off without insurance companies. They're just kind of like a middleman taking money from people for no reason. Thank you for the hydrate. So yeah, it's it's a whole thing. Ugh. I don't know, guys. See how it could be added, challenges, achievements. I do want to do achievements eventually. More decorations, bait and lures. I want to do that too. Sharks and stuff. We'll get to that when we add in the coral reef. Yeah, the recursive stock investment thing. Yeah. I feel you. Yeah, some people have talked about doing like having a little robot to collect the donations for you. I wouldn't be completely opposed to something like that. As long as it's kind of an end game mechanic or it comes significantly after you've already gotten the donation research. So Surground's such a good game. Will you continue it? Laird-In is also great, but I like fighting sandbox games. You know, nothing personal, just more my jam. Oh yeah, no, it's totally all good. I feel it. That is why we have different games, because everybody has different genres they like. I also really do enjoy sandbox games like that, you know, automation, fighting, and all that. It's really fun. That's why I've really loved Cult of the Lamb, and Minecraft, Factorio. They all have those kinds of elements. So But yeah, definitely. I mean, it's something I'm gonna keep working on. It's not done by any means. I do have another update kind of planned out with a new automation planet, and there's still a lot of things I want to go back and improve and kind of fix up. So it's definitely nowhere close to being done. But eventually, I kind of want to start winding down on Starground, and it's not because like I don't know, it's complicated. It's just because of the specific combination of mechanics I tried to do. It's just a lot of work for one person. And it's very frustrating to work on too, you know, because the multiplayer always breaks down, and it would be a lot easier of a game to work on if I changed the focus. Like, instead of being automation plus dungeon crawling, if it was just automation or something, it'd be a significantly easier for me to tackle as like one developer. But it's hard. Yeah. Yeah, it's just tricky. It doesn't mean that I'm gonna stop updating Starground forever, you know? Like, I could see coming back to it and stuff, but also the other unfortunate aspect of it too is like, you know, it's not making me very much money. And so it's really hard to justify spending so much time on it. Because like I could easily spend 6 months working on more content, but if I spent that 6 months creating a brand new game from scratch, it'd be a lot more worthwhile for me, you know. But I don't ever see like permanently abandoning any game I've ever made. I just don't need to. I'll probably come back to all this stuff in the future later on, you know, Starground and Lured In, and just do little content updates here and there, because why not? So, say, Woolbed, welcome in. How's it going? Because of how good of a game it is, I'm going to play it now. Epic. I appreciate it, yeah. Yeah, I'll probably really focus on getting Starground finished up after Lured In comes out, which really isn't that far away. We've got like 1 month until Lured In comes out fully, so I do need to start working on the full game content soon. Is it okay if I share a screenshot of your game? Yeah, you're totally welcome to. You can drop that wherever. You can put it in like Starground General or something if you want. Yeah, donation boxes. Yeah, I need to make it so buying the puppy actually like does something real. Well, this is all starting to get into a lot older stuff that I've already fixed and things like that. So I think this is all done. A lot of these other things here are just kind of like ideas for new content, which again, we will explore, but put it in art. Whoa. Oh, of your game. I thought you meant of like Starground. Yeah, my bad. But yeah, this looks pretty epic. Look what you got going on here. Got some little goobers around. Very nice. Is this like a bullet haven kind of thing? Like I guess they call that like a survivor like. Some mushrooms, very epic. It's part of many games. Oh yeah, of course. Still figuring it out? Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, that's really cool. Looks pretty good. Yeah, it's very neat. It's always cool to see all the different games people are working on, you know. It's just insane how much variety there is with all of it. You know, you've got like Photon on Twitch is working on that one game where you fly planes around and like complete little deliveries with like a local. That's a really cool game. And Dobbs is doing like a whole you know, like a linear adventure story thing. I'm not familiar with the genre. There's probably a better term for what that genre is. But it's very cool. Starground was one of my inspirations, especially the enemy combat. Oh, let's go. Nice. Yeah, the combat devlog. Man, yeah, it's been a while since I made that devlog, hasn't it? Trying to remember what I even talked about. I think that my main point in that was like making sure that like people have like feedback from their combat. Yeah. Game feel. Yeah, I reworked like the animations and stuff. So all the different like easing types. Yeah, because before the combat felt really weak. Where like you'd swing your sword and it just kind of went. But there's no like, it didn't like feel like you actually did damage or anything to anybody. So that's probably something I'd still want to tweak even more, you know? Honestly, this was a long time ago. It's been 2 years now. I think what I would probably want to do with the combat in Starground is make it so that if you don't hit an enemy, it doesn't like have any impact. Because then I think it helps kind of indicate to the player the difference between the no impact and a actual hit on an enemy. Stuff like that would probably be a good idea. Definitely the other thing I think with Starground that would be nice is like more combat like styles and stuff, you know. And sound, of course, is always a really big thing. And I think I talked about like the visuals of it all. Yeah, now they have like the little particles and gears. Eventually I added corpses, I think. But yeah. What games inspire you? There's a lot of different games for sure. Nice dungeon art too, I appreciate it. Yeah, this is I changed the stuff a little bit after this point. I made it so the tiles now use like a shader that applies like a moss effect onto it and stuff. I'm sure if you've played, you've seen the new dungeon. But yeah, games that inspire me for sure. Factorio. I've put so many thousands of hours into this game, and it's just such a good game in a lot of aspects, you know? There's like so many different good things I have to say about Factorio. First off, the development studio, Woob, is just fantastic at listening to the community and fixing things and really truly understanding people's pain points. Factorio has an enormous wealth of quality of life, and it makes playing the game feel super, super nice. You know, every little thing that you can think of, like they've addressed and created some kind of system to make it easier and more convenient for you. So I really love that aspect of Factorio. And just the progression always feels very nice, I feel like. You know, you go through these different like phases where you've got like your little initial starter area, and you have that like transition from coal-powered stuff into electric, and it just always feels like there's like this new technology to use and upgrade and replace, and it has a really nice flow of things becoming better over time. And you can't beat the performance. Factorio is probably the best running game I've ever played before. So it runs extremely, extremely well. You can build an absolutely enormous factory and it runs it like it's nothing. So I have pretty decent specs. I've got a RTX 3080 Ti. My CPU is kind of getting old, but I can't afford a new one, so I guess I'm going to stick with it for a while. 3900 XT. It still runs things mostly okay. I mean, it's got plenty of cores, but the bigger constraint now has been becoming the clock speed of my CPU. Because it usually caps out around like 4.2, and now a lot of CPUs are upwards of 5.6 and stuff. So, and 64 gigs of DDR4. I'd like to get 64 gigs of DDR5 eventually. But Yeah, and I used to have another drive in here until it died, but I did get the new drive today that I'm going to use to replace it. In the enclosure right now. I tested it. The new drive I bought works, so I'm going to attempt to do the head swap today after stream. It's going to be tricky. I use Ethernet. It's definitely way more stable than Wi-Fi. I have just like a Cat 6 cable going straight from my computer into my router. So, oh god, what'd I do? Yeah, a lot better than Wi-Fi. Remember when ray tracing was the future? Yeah, and I mean, I do think eventually ray tracing will be cool, but it's gonna take a long time, I think, until the hardware finally kind of catches up. You know, like you can do ray tracing with some top of the line cards, but when you put ray tracing on top of everything else that your computer has to manage when you're playing a game, it just doesn't, it's not enough. You know, even playing with like my card, which is a relatively powerful card, I can't do ray tracing. It's just too slow because I'm getting like sub 60 FPS, and that's not to me very, it kind of sucks to play. I'd rather trade off the ray tracing for more FPS. And like, I don't know if ray tracing even looks that good. In my opinion, it can be cool, and there are certain aspects of ray tracing that I like, but I think something I see a lot is that developers just like plop ray tracing in their game without actually spending the time required to make their scenes look interesting and dynamic. Like, just because you have a good lighting system or like a realistic lighting system, you still have to texture things and set up lighting. I think people always skip out on that part, and then it just looks kind of very flat and boring and not interesting. I honestly prefer the more stylized non-ray tracing look of games, I think. It's just more interesting to look at. I think it looks better, and it also runs a billion times faster, so. I'd rather well put together traditional graphics than any attempt at making real-time ray tracing or path tracing look nice. Yeah. I agree. I think it's just like not worth it right now. Maybe in the future, like if we have super powerful graphics cards, which I don't even know if it's going to happen anymore because can't buy them anymore. But it's just not worth it. Yeah, I always think the artistic decisions crafting is better. I did welcome you in, right, Woolbed? I think, but yeah, welcome in either way. Data recovery, yeah. My hard drive decided to die instantly, and I don't want to spend $2,000 fixing my hard drive, so I'm gonna try and do it myself. I don't really have the proper setup for it, I understand. I should do it in a clean room, but I do not have a clean room. But it's okay. I did find a backup of my drive from a couple years ago, so I have most of my stuff in here. But, you know, we'll see what happens. I am saving myself thousands of dollars, so it's kind of worth it for me. All I had to spend is like $70 on a donor drive, and I have the stuff to do it. I mean, I 3D printed some little head combs, you know, so I can make sure that the combs the heads don't touch each other. So, I mean, I've got everything I should need to do it. I don't know if it's going to work out, but that's okay. It's worth it for me to spend the $70 and give it a try, even if it doesn't work. I just need to keep it alive long enough to get the data off, you know? I'm not looking to fully repair this drive and use it, keep using it. Like, the minute I get the data off, I'm going to throw the drive away because it's bad. So, thank you for the cheese times defensor. Welcome in. We'll be right back in a little bit. Sounds good. And then I'll respond to your thing when you're back. Same. I love playing stylized game much more. I don't know why I'm not playing games with realistic graphics at all. Yeah, me neither. I never play stuff for realism. Like, I always usually prefer more FPS and better performance over the fidelity of things, you know? Like, as long as I'm hitting my monitor refresh rate, then I'm okay with, like, enabling all the fancy epic settings, but otherwise I'd rather just prefer having a smoother experience with the gameplay. So Have I done anything else than bug fixes early in this stream? No, it's been basically pretty much just fixing things. I've got a couple things written down here that we will take a look at and see if it's like something feasible for us to implement. But I'm really just focusing on some smaller things today, kind of preparing everything for the next fest in 3 days. So that starts on Monday, the 15th. Excuse me. So yeah, we're gonna like just focus on small stuff right now because I don't want to start tackling some massive new content features before next fest. But the minute we get this update out and just fix a couple things, then we're gonna start working on full game version. So, but yeah. It doesn't have to be stylized, it just needs to be coherent and instill the appropriate feelings in the player. Yeah, right. Like, that's the most important thing. Like, I think ray tracing can look good, but you have to spend in the time to utilize it properly. Just slapping on ray tracing to any other game, it doesn't look that good to me. Like, ray tracing in a Cyberpunk, for example, like, it doesn't look bad, but like, I just don't feel like it's being fully utilized in that context. I don't know. It's not worth the performance cost. The point of almost all games is to escape reality, so why would you make it realistic? Yeah, it's true. I mean, it depends, you know, there's a lot of different factors that go into it, because you could do like some people do like realism because it kind of like creates some immersion, you know, it makes it feel like you're actually in a world. So it's not all bad, but I think realism just for the sake of realism is bad. So say Plobby, welcome in. How's it going? If I tried the PTGI tech demo in Cyberpunk though, I have not. No, I haven't played Cyberpunk in a long time. Is it just like a setting in the options, or yeah, path tracing stuff? I don't know. Yeah, performance hit is huge, but not gonna lie, it's impressive. Yeah, I'll have to take a look at it. Ray tracing is the same, but nah, at the same time, yeah. I feel it. But anyways, I was gonna reply to your question up here. Yeah, pixel perfect or nah. I personally don't think pixel perfect stuff matters. Some people are very strict about pixel perfect stuff, where they're like, if you're not allowed to make your pixels offset, it has to all be in line to the grid, and if you, it's not true pixel art if it's, you know, whatever. I think it's kind of like gatekeeping for no reason. I think as long as that you do it properly and it looks good, then I think it's fine. Some things I do avoid, like I always avoid mixels, right? Having like pixels that are at a different ratio to each other. There's no mixels here, which is good. But some games will have like a super high resolution asset that they shrink down, and then it just looks bad. Those are the kinds of stuff that I avoid. But I don't bother with pixel perfect stuff because nobody's ever really gonna care. And I think I like how smooth the pixel art can be, avoiding pixel perfect stuff, honestly. It's basically like 4090 plus only. Oh, really? I use FrameGen and DLSS with it on my 4090. Yeah, I'm probably not going to be able to run it then. My GPU still is like, it doesn't support the new DLSS stuff, so it probably wouldn't work. Yeah, for real, it's good. I like playing just because it's juicy. Yeah, it's fair. To be honest, I don't care. Whatever looks better. Yeah, right. I think if you're, it's always just like, to me, it's a trade-off. Some games I think work well with like a very, what's the word? Not like being very like, I can't think of the word. Whatever, loyal to the pixel perfectness. But most of the time, I think when people like utilize shaders and all this other cool stuff that you get to explore when you don't do pixel perfect stuff, I think it's fine. I don't think it looks bad or anything. Mix looks don't look good, but it mostly just looks bad. Yeah, like there's some cases where I think it's okay. If you have mixels like in your UI or something, I don't think it's as big as a problem. Or like mixels as like a background, I think it's fine if your background has like a different pixel ratio. Those are the kinds of things that don't matter as much, I feel like, when it comes to pixel stuff. But when we're talking like in-world assets and objects and creatures and stuff, I think that's when I really notice it, and I'm like, oh, that looks kind of bad. Yeah, I'm just saying there's definitely some potential, and Cyberpunk does use it effectively, but the rendering text still isn't there. Yeah, right, that's the big limitation. We just can't run it yet. And everything is so expensive, graphics cards, that I don't know how anyone would afford being able to fully utilize it anyways. You know? I mean, to get an RTX 5090, it's like ridiculous. $4,800? That's not good. That's so expensive. And isn't this drive like MSRP is $1,500? That's an insane markup. That's like a 300% markup. You know? That's stupid. So, yeah, it's really bad. I'd love to get a 5090 someday, because I really need more VRAM. When I've got a bunch of stuff open and I'm 3D modeling, I find a lot of times I run out. But it's just too expensive. I can't afford it. You know? It's like rent for like 4 months or or graphics card. What do you choose? It's kind of difficult. If GPUs keep scaling, we don't end up in a piece of hardware Armageddon. We'll probably get there. Yeah. We'll get there eventually for sure, I bet, but it's going to take a long time, I think. Hey, Chaff Games, welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid. What's going on? What are we up to today on your stream? Yeah, like 10 years. Yeah, it's probably going to be quite some time. So, Dustin, welcome in. Making a Metroidvania. Nice, nice. Very cool. Yeah, if you got any links or anything, you're totally welcome to drop them in the chat. I'm just here cruising with 5060. Honestly, 5060s are a solid card. You can run a lot of stuff with a 5060, especially a TI. So, yeah, it just depends on your use case. I mean, for me, like making games can be pretty intensive on your VRAM, so that's why I'd love something more powerful, but I won't be able to afford it. So, yeah, anyways, we're just working on our game Learn In today. CLG, you got to get going. Have a good stream. Oh, yeah, sounds good. Thanks for coming in. I appreciate it. Any current gen hardware is pretty solid. Yeah, no, it's true. But yeah, I don't know. It's frustrating. We're crazy these days, I know. And what sucks is like even all the other stuff that used to be iconically cheap, you know? Like getting RAM has always been like one of the cheapest parts of your computer. And you could get like the 64 gigs I got for my computer was like, what, it's like $150. That's like nothing for 64 gigabytes. And now to get that same amount of RAM for DDR5, it would be like $800 easily. You know, depending on the speed and stuff that you get. It's just ridiculous. It's frustrating. Yeah, I don't know. Really, your only options now are time travel back in time 2 years ago, or make a bunch of money and just spend the expensive prices to make your computer. So it's bad. Tiny Windows sensibility right there, right when the 40 series came out. Yeah, right. It's like this tiny spot. I feel I'm jealous of the people that decided to upgrade then, because that was kind of the right time, because you had like really affordable DDR5 stuff and the 40 series like was somewhat available. And now it's a whole out the window. Do I have any feedback from the visuals in my game just from that screenshot? Yeah, I can take a look. We can talk about it. I've had my GPU for 3 years now. It's still number 2, which is like, okay, nice. Yeah, right? Crazy. Yeah, 96 gigabytes of DDR5. Yeah, I wish I could have. Oh well, it's fine though. So yeah, let's go over the art here. Overall, I'm liking everything here. I can see that you're likely using a palette. I believe that's the same color as that. So that's a good start for sure. So the thing that I would probably say here that I'm noticing is like, I see like 2 clashing art styles. Oh, kind of palette, kind of nah. Okay, yeah. I'd recommend using like a palette for everything. I think it's just very helpful for keeping everything like cohesive to each other. A great resource for that is Low Spec, and you can go here and there's a billion different free palettes that you can grab. So for the style of your game with sort of a cartoony style, I'd probably not pick anything that's ultra stylized like these. Something that's just kind of works for a large variety of different environments and stuff. Okay, you do use low spec pair 36. I'd probably have to like search it. And get rid of the tag. Does it work? Oh, there it is. Yeah, this is a good palette. It's got a bunch of different stuff in here. Yeah, I always think sticking to the palette is good. And if you do find yourself needing new colors, I'd probably just like add a new color to your palette permanently instead of like just creating new ones on the fly constantly. Which is what I would say. So what I'm seeing here is like there's these 2 different like design philosophies. So you have this like very square stylized stuff here, right? Like with the grass and the rocks down here and in the middle of the ground. But then at the same time, you also have like very spherical shapes kind of conflicting with that design style. Like these mushrooms are spheres, they're balls. And so when I see the squares in the grass and stuff and down in here, it kind of like, for me, clashes because they're very different vibes, you know? And I think what would be good is like, you need to kind of decide the route that you want to go down. Like, are you really attached to the very sharp square vibe, or do you want to keep everything kind of smooth? And what I'm seeing here is that most of your assets here are already smooth. The snakes are smooth, the mushroom guy's smooth, the player, the bubbles, the rocks, the mushrooms. So yeah, the only thing I'm really seeing here that I think is shape-wise like clashing is all these squares in the ground and stuff. So what I'd probably do is make all of these rounded just so it fits in with the rest of all of your other art. I think it would look a lot better. Yeah, you hit the nail on the head, to be honest. I just changed everything to be more cubic because I don't know how to do non-cubic trees. No, that's fair. The lizard art in the night. Yeah. No, they look really good. Then other things I would say here is you're doing like anti-aliasing here on the edges of your mushrooms. But the problem with that is you don't have an outline. So you're anti-aliasing into the wrong color, right? So like let's say that we have a white background here and we put down a red mushroom, right? All right, let me do the right stuff. Hold on. Let me go turn off the anti-aliasing or whatever it is. Where even is that? I have to like go into tool options or something. I thought there was a way I could turn off anti-aliasing. What is it doing? What? Okay, we're just gonna use the brush tool. It's fine. So here's your mushroom, right? And the issue I'm seeing is that you're anti-aliasing into a darker color. So you have like a really dark like color here, and you're doing this. And the only time you should anti-alias into a darker color is if the next color is even darker. So if you have this black outline around the mushrooms, then that anti-aliasing looks fine. But if you don't want to do, if you're aiming to keep the no outline look on your mushrooms, then I think you need to change the way that you're anti-aliasing. And I'll show you how I would probably do that instead. Right, so that looks fine because you have the darker outline and it kind of works. But so what I would do instead, let's say in this scenario you want to keep the white outline, you actually want to anti-alias into a brighter color. And honestly, what I always do in this case is I don't actually even change the color. I delete these, right? And let's put this on another layer so it makes sense. And I would actually anti-alias with a like semi-transparent pixel. And I think it's going to look a lot better for a non-outline look. So you can like anti-alias, like set these corner pixels to half transparency like this. And now you can see what that does. It looks very nice and smooth versus what you had before over here. If we add these pixels back in really quick. So this isn't really giving the right vibe to me. It's kind of like implying that there's supposed to be an outline and then there's not. This is much more intentional and it actually like blends in with the background you have behind it if you're doing a no outline look. So I'd recommend making that change to your mushrooms here. Replacing these darker pixels with the color next to it. So like, here, I could probably just copy this image and edit directly. I don't know if this is at like a pixel perfect resolution or not. We'll see. Nope, it's at 4K. That's fine. We'll get the vibe across. So we will essentially delete all of these pixels, right? And replace them with the same color, but at a, you know, semi-transparent look. So it'll look something kind of like that. I think it just makes it look so much more smooth, you know, if you want to keep this circular shape. So that's something that you could take a look at. And also, like, honestly, for your mushrooms, I think there's room to make the shape of them a little more interesting here. Because the way I see it right now is they're almost too spherical. I'll see if I can change the resolution down this to the resolution you used. I'm assuming it's 1920 divided by 2 is your canvas size. That looks terrible. It's probably because I didn't do the right scaling mode. Let's do nearest neighbor. Nope. Looks like it's a little more than that. So it could be 1920 divided by 3. Nope. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get the right resolution. Unless you don't have like a specific multiple, which is also fine. Could be that divided by 5. Oh, did I get it? Yeah, I got it, I think. It's close enough for whatever we're doing here. I agree, there's like a classic mushroom top style. Yeah. So I think what would look a lot better on your mushroom is if you gave it like a little bit of like a... If you look at a mushroom in real life, I mean, there's a lot of different types of mushrooms, you know? But most mushrooms have this sort of like... this cap style where it's like a half dome. There are some mushrooms that are like a ball, but even this guy isn't really a true ball. He's only like a semi-ball. But honestly, the shape that I always like the most when it comes to drawing mushrooms and what I just think looks the best in pixel art is doing sort of like a saddle shape where you've got like this shape down here. You almost have like, I think about it as like two spheres mushed into each other. So then you'd take this color and kind of have like a highlight over here, right? And now what you've got with something like this is like, whatever, I'm just putting some colors here and then it'd be like a little bit darker in here. There's a super rough example. But I think a mushroom shape like this looks, in my opinion, a lot more interesting. So the way I think about this shape is like you've got like a disc on the bottom, and then on the top you have like another ball here, like that. And then essentially you're just connecting these two shapes together, sort of like this. And then now you have like this shape and you can shade it that way. So you've got like up here and like this like saddle down here like this, right? So that's the way I would probably approach drawing your mushrooms, because I just think it gives them a much more visually interesting shape to look at. The balls are okay, but to me, as like a player and a pixel artist, I just look at those and I think you just did this and did some other little balls. And like, it's fine. There's nothing like wrong with it, but I just think it's not too much more effort to add a little bit more shape to these. I think it would help a lot. Can you send me an image after you're done? Yeah, sure, I can totally do that. The resolution on this is a little screwed up, so I wouldn't like take the actual assets from this, but also something I just wanted to make note of here, the anti-aliasing you do on the stems of the mushroom is actually good, because you're fading this color into a color that's darker than itself, and that's why it looks like normal here. So yeah, if you just did that up here in the mushroom, I think you'd be much better off. So in a case like this, I mean, I presume these are like a separate asset, so that's why I'd recommend doing just a half opacity, color here instead. Because then it doesn't matter what color is like underneath the mushroom, it'll still like stay correct, right? Something like that. So, could you rate my portfolio out of 10? I can take a look at that in just a second. Then yeah, other things, changing these squares. I'd probably recommend doing actual like tufts of grass here instead of the squares. Because I think you have the opportunity to here. So you could take like a grass color and kind of do like some of these, right? Make like a little tuft. Oops, I was at 50% opacity, hold on. And this is just like a different green color that I'm using here. Don't click. Yeah, I don't trust links like that. Somebody wants to go ahead and ban them. That'd probably be good. Let me think how you would probably want to do the grass here. Typically what I always do with grass is, yeah, like I don't do like... These to me, you always have to think about with the things that you draw, like, I guess like what are you implying with a square like this? Is it supposed to be blades of grass, right? Because to me, it doesn't really feel like blades of grass. It feels like somebody like put a bunch of like painted rocks onto your grass. You know what I mean? So I would probably do like a whole different shape here. I'd probably go through and actually like draw some little blades of grass like that, and then set up some tiles that take those assets and repeat them around. And then I always like give the grass a tiny bit of an outline, but not too much. And you could anti-alias these if you wanted to. Sometimes I'll even do like something like this, maybe. It just depends. Depends on the grass. There's a lot of different ways that you could draw your grass. I'd probably pick a green that isn't so much brighter than everything else, because it kind of almost stands out too much. You could honestly do this, where it's just like the outlines of the grass like that, and that's like a totally valid way of drawing this grass without it getting too like visually annoying, because it still implies the shape of grass and like saying, hey, there's grass here, but it's not like shouting at you saying, look at me, I'm bright green grass, I'm grass. You know what I mean? So I'd probably recommend doing this in your case, is just having like some outlines of where grass is and scattering those around. And I think that would look pretty good. And you can have like maybe some super mild highlights, in some of this grass, just to kind of separate it a tiny bit. But you don't even really need to do that here. See, I'm sortless, but could have one and ban when I'm here and need it. Oh yeah, I can totally mod you, Dustin. Let me do that. I don't remember how. mod. There you go. The lighting in your levels where the assets are used is somewhat consistent. Having a slightly different hue in the shadowed parts of the sprite can feel nice. Yeah. Definitely. That's usually baked into your palette, which it looks like it is here. Like these darker areas, especially down here, this is much more blue than the brighter colors you have. So I think you're already set there. Can anti-aliens do... That was a close one. So you really know what you're doing. I appreciate it. It's just a lot of practice. I've drawn so much pixel art, you know, and seen so many different pixel arts over the years. Also, another thing that I would highly recommend just in drawing all of your stuff is determine the direction of your light source and stay very consistent, because I'm seeing a couple sprites here where you have like light coming from different directions. So the mushroom guy, the light comes from directly down. It seems like most of your stuff is from directly above, but then your player kind of here, what I'm seeing is like, it sort of implies it's coming from the top right because it's bright here on this side and dark on this side. So I would definitely like figure that out fully. It's from the upper right, it's supposed to be. Okay. That's good then. So I would always think about that in terms of the sprites you're drawing. So like, you know, the sun is in the upper right here. So when you think about the sun being up there, the shadows here on your tiles are not 100% correct, because what you should have here is you should have more shadow over on the left of your tiles here like this, because if the sun is coming from the top left, it's going to be casting... I kind of messed it up here. Hold on. It's going to be casting from this top right direction. It's going to hit on this edge, and it's going to continue past this edge and land down here on the ground. So you'd see a shadow here on the left side of your tiles. So I would go ahead and add that into all of these. The other thing you'd also notice if the light was coming from the top right is the shadow here on this right edge of your tile. You'd actually see it sort of like this, like it would be like a diagonal like that, right? Does that make sense? Because it's coming from, it's like angled that way. So it'd be sort of like this. You'd have the darker colors over here. Let me bring this one over here just to have it there. Boom. So sort of like this. And I think it'd help your shadows look a little more, they don't have to look super realistic, but just like more cohesive with the lighting that you have in your scene. And then I'd do the same sort of thing with your mushroom guys here. I would change their lighting so that it's facing toward, and I wouldn't worry so much about, I know like enemies and stuff rotate from your lighting, so I wouldn't worry about it. I'd still do the same thing where even though I draw it for a particular lighting setup, I just flip them the other way, and that's fine. Nobody's really gonna know. But I'd still draw them with that lighting source in mind, just because I think it looks a lot better that way. So you'd want to like draw out the highlight of where that light is coming from, sort of like this. I just think it looks better. Also, you would probably want to do the white spots in just a slightly darker color too, since they are facing away from the light source. So, and something also that I always like doing is like implying the material of a guy. So assuming that this guy is going to be shiny, I'd probably give him like a little like shine mark like that or something. And it just kind of helps show the type of material that he's made out of. And you could do that in a lot of spots, you know, like with your rocks. We'll get to rocks in a minute, but also I'd say give this guy a much stronger shadow here below the cap. Because if you look at this guy from top down, so like his body is here, but then his cap is like way out from his body. So it means that there's a massive ledge there that's going to be casting a shadow onto his face. So I'd probably say go really dark with the shadow that you have underneath this guy's cap, like this. Because it helps kind of indicate that this cap is large, right? And you could go maybe one less pixel just so the eyes aren't blocked. And I'd probably even move the cap down a little bit on this guy, just because I think it helps imply that vibe. Oops. Make sure I'm not screwing everything up. You could go even darker with it if you wanted to. Like, you keep the outline here. But something like that probably is what I would suggest. The rocks are modified from an Itch.io tile set. They're one of the oldest things in the game. Okay, yeah, we can definitely go over those too. Let's see, Two Socks, can you critique my game too? I'm not a pixel artist, but I'm trying. Yeah, absolutely. You can send me an image if you'd like, and I can take a look. And I'm assuming that this is like an eyebrow versus eyes, so I'd probably darken the eyebrow to kind of keep it distinct from the eyes. And you don't really need this lighting under here. That kind of, to me, is like sort of like pillow shading. I don't know what shape that's trying to imply with his face, so I'd probably just get rid of it, unless it's actually serving a purpose. And I'd probably also redo a lot of this lighting in his body as well, because you want to kind of like, again, imply the shape of this guy. So I imagine he's kind of like a ball for his body, right? And like two little legs sticking out underneath the ball. So you'd probably want to do almost something sort of like along these lines, where like you kind of outline his body, almost sort of like this, and maybe his body is shiny. It depends on the material he's made out of, but you could do some stuff like that. Experiment with like implying the shape on this guy better. So we'll bet you're gonna head to sleep. Sounds good. Thank you for coming in. I appreciate it. Have a good rest of your night. One thing I think of daily is theater, like the art of conveying stuff is not subtle. Yeah, don't be afraid to be loud. Like things that might seem too much become just, oh yeah, that's fair. So yeah, you can mess around with this. You don't have to put the shine marks. It just depends on what you think this material is made out of. And like a lot of mushrooms kind of have like they have like this vibe where they have like the lines. I don't know how to describe that. If you wanted him to kind of look like a real mushroom, you could do something like that. Just depends. You can really experiment with these shapes and textures and stuff. And this is where you get into like the fun part of it, right? Being able to mess around. And reference is so important. Like, look at reference, you know? If you want to make a mushroom, then look at an image of a mushroom because it's so helpful. And you're like, if you're drawing this stem part, you can look at a mushroom stem, you know, and analyze its structure and like, how does a mushroom stem look? And you can see it's got like a texture, like a fiber, you know? And so you can kind of replicate that in your own sprites. There's nothing wrong with, you know, looking at reference. I think it's a good thing. So, but yeah. Let's see, you got the link there, Epic. I'll check that out in a minute. So that's another thing I'd say. Got your grass here. One thing you could do on your grass, which would make it look have a little more depth, I'd probably say, is like kind of bring the shadows you have in a little bit, you know, something sort of like this, just so it looks like the grass like is actually kind of hanging off the edge, right? Like this, because otherwise if you don't do that, it sort of just looks like the grass is like this flat plane. You want to imply that there are blades of the grass kind of overlapping each other, and adding these creases in between really helps with that. It just makes the edge look a lot more interesting, I think. And other thing I see with a couple things, there's just like some perspective quirkiness. Your shadows here are like balls. So I'd probably redo this shadow a tiny bit, thinking about like the direction of your light source and stuff, right? So you had sort of the right idea, though. I would probably make the shadow more of like an oval shape, because this is like a top-down 45-degree angle. So shadows being casted from anything, since you're looking at it from a side view, it's not just going to be a circle. It's going to be more of like, oops. It's going to be more like this shape, like an oval. So I'd do that there. Do the same thing over here. And that's about how I would probably do the shadow there. It just depends. And like you can kind of like, I imagine actually really what I do, like since this is attached to the same part, I put this lower. I think that was part of the thing I was feeling there. Sort of like that instead. Shadows are one of those things that I would say focus more on what visually looks pleasing versus what's like realistic. Because I feel like this, like it being one blob, I think is just nicer to look at than something that's like so separated. But you know. Let's keep going through things. So the rocks, they're okay, but I think the issue they kind of suffer from again is they don't really follow the same like light source. So I'd probably change those a bit. And we'll just make a little tweak to these here. Should I wrote all this down? It's gonna be back. Oh, it's all good. There's we'll have the live stream over on YouTube, so you can watch back through this stuff if you need to. So don't worry. But yeah, we've kind of got 3 distinct faces on this rock. So I'd change the lighting so it's biased toward your light source, which is on the top right, something like this. Now you can apply, there's like 3 different planes of your face here. Something I always do for rocks is I add like a bright line around like the top edge. And I think it just kind of makes it look sort of sharper on that edge. And this is way too dark over here. I'd go with a brighter color, but something more like that. We can do a little bit of anti-aliasing up in here. But I think that makes your rocks look a lot sharper, more rocky. Again, just like with everything, there's a lot of different ways that you could draw rocks. I feel like personally this rock is a little bit boring. If I were drawing a rock like this, I'd add like a little segment down here just to give it some asymmetry. Because you rarely ever find rocks like this in real life where they're just like a perfect symmetrical shape. Like rocks are very like messy in real life, right? So I'd probably kind of emulate that a little bit and like make it look random and rocky and wacky. So, and like this one is sort of the same thing. I'd probably, there's no need to have this like weird shading on the top surface. And again, I think this rock is too uniform. It's like a hexagon. There are some rocks that look like that, specifically basalt can actually look like a perfect hexagon, but it's extremely rare. And unless you're going for like a volcanic zone, it doesn't really make much sense to do that. I'm just going to use this as a, oops, wrong color. Temporary color over here. I use temporary colors a lot. And then kind of brighten this side up. And then we have our medium color and the dark shadow area. And I typically do my highlights over the dark area. It just makes it look much more sharp. You don't have to do it that way, but it's just one way to do it. You could also anti-alias your highlight if you want to, like something sort of like this, where you put like, you put the in-between colors in here, just so it's a little more smoothed out. You could also like round this rock out a little more if you wanted to. It just, there's so many ways you could draw a rock. And we can add like another segment in here. Add another like little highlight to this segment. You know, just make your rocks more wacky, I would say. There is a lot of different ways to draw rocks, yeah. I mean, there's nothing necessarily wrong with these rocks. It just depends on like what you're wanting to imply with your rocks. Like, are these supposed to be extremely smooth, like river stones, or are they supposed to be like jagged rocks? There's a lot of ways you can imply that kind of stuff. My art style, typically, I draw rocks sharper. I just like how they look better, but, you know, there's nothing necessarily wrong with this style. It just depends. I'd also change the shadow on these a lot because the shadow doesn't make any sense. You know, the shadow should be going out like this. More like that, like off to the left. That's something I'd say. And then the snake lighting doesn't make much sense here because this shouldn't be lit up if the light's coming from the top right. So I'd get rid of that lighting thing there. I'd keep the lighting on the face, but I'd sort of redo it a bit. I think what would look better here is snakes are very shiny, you know? So they should have sharp highlights like that to imply that they're kind of shiny. And for the lighting up on the face, I'd probably change this a bit. You know, like there's going to be like a shiny spot sort of on the top of his head, but then otherwise everywhere else is going to be more of a shadow part, like especially like on the front of the body here and stuff. You know, and you can mess with this stuff a lot. Really, like what I would probably do in this case is I'd start with the darkest color first and then go through with the brighter color and kind of shade that way. Right, so you've got like the top of the head, maybe a little bit on the neck, maybe possibly a tiny bit there. But then most of your lighting is going to be just near like the top of the snake, you know. And you can add in some lines and stuff to decorate it more, but then if you wanted to, you could go back through with a darker color, add in some like creases to the snake and stuff, right? Just depends on what you want to do. You can imply it has like a segmented design, sort of like this. Adding in like these lines in between each segment. Just depends. There's a lot of ways you could shade it. And if you wanted to imply scales, what I typically do is I would add like a little hook into these highlighted areas. Right? There's a lot of ways you could do it. Like you could do a hook or you could just do single pixels just to kind of give it a texture. The other option you have is like, you could just leave some of your darker colors in it. Kind of almost like a dithering pattern, you know, so something like this. It depends on the scale of the scales on the snake, right? If you want to do large scales, then what would be better is to take your highlight color and do this. Like separate them out into little chunks around the highlights. And that kind of makes it look like larger scales. Something like that. So I think this guy makes sense to have larger scales. Right, something more like that. But yeah, there's a lot of ways you could shade it. This is just one route. I'd probably brighten up his colors a bit because his blue is too dark. But I'd go up to like this color probably at least. And then also increase the brightness of the darker color. You know, it'd be more in line with what we had before. But anyways, Carfancy Pixel, I appreciate it, guys. And then with your bubble, I feel like the lighting here is a little odd because it doesn't really follow the direction of your light source. So what I do for bubbles is the outline line, I put the darkest spot toward the light source just for the contrast of it there, and then the brightest spot away from it. And then for my like shiny mark, I have like a big shine facing toward the light source, and usually sort of like a secondary shiny segment over here. Kind of like a bounce lighting inside of the bubble. And add to anti-alias it and stuff, you know. Something along these lines. That's probably how I'd shade the bubble. And you could like smooth out this highlight and stuff if you really wanted to. It just depends. And get rid of like this weird outer lighting. I'd probably also include like some highlighting back there and maybe move this secondary highlight out a little bit just so it doesn't clash with that other section. Maybe something like this. I'd anti-alias those two spots. And something you could also do, I mean, I think this works good enough. You could add in a little bit of that highlighting back in. Just a
Big
tiny
boy
bit.
cooking with gas.
It depends.
Pixel art god for real on god no cap.
Thank you. Oh, the outer shading is lighting is a shader. Okay, yeah. Then you can mess with that shader for sure. But yeah, I mean, I think that's like most of the things I'm seeing here. I'd apply the same thing I mentioned up here with the tiles down to these tiles, where I'd probably just change these to be more like organic looking stones and stuff. Get a darker color here, apply a little bit of a shadow, just throw some shapes in here. Right? Because if you're going for like a smooth style, I'd probably also make your rocks down here kind of like smoother like this, right? You could have like some larger ones. For tiles like these, I think the secret is always lots of variety so that your eye doesn't get locked in on one repeating pattern too much. So like just draw a lot of different tiles and sprinkle random rocks in around here. And I think it helps a lot. And something I'd also do, one final thing, is what helps in cases like these is having like layers to your tiles. So all of this is one flat tile layer and it gets a little boring. What I would say doing honestly in this case is having a section in here that's like an inner tile, right? Sort of like this that goes around. It's like a deeper layer of your tile set or something. Something like this. It's a very messy example, but just to show you what I mean. Place all this stuff. This isn't really a good color for this. Let me just select this color and make it a little darker. And then you'd have another color kind of like showing off that this is an outline of something. Or that it's like inset, right? So you'd have some shadows around here. And just a little bit on the sides because of your lighting. And I did this recently inside of a Lurden with all like the tiles that I use and the rivers and stuff on the bottom. I kind of like added like another layer. It just adds more three-dimensionality to your scene. It doesn't have to physically do anything different, just be a slightly different color and like change the shape of your area a little more. I think it just makes things look a lot more interesting, so thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. Yeah, there's so much, right? Pixel art is just one of those things where the little things add up a lot. I can talk about the tree. I do think this tree looks a bit flat. I'd probably extend out this top area, you know, a lot more. And kind of like reshape this. I'd bring these shapes in. Right, something like that. And I'd probably make this shadow a bit darker, honestly. It feels too bright. You know, maybe even something like that. It's hard to say. But I'd round this whole shadow out also more. Right, because you want to imply that like your leaves up here are like a big round blob of leaves. So maybe something more like that. I'd probably actually bring this down more, this whole shadow, right? Bring it like down to there instead. Something more like that. But otherwise, I do kind of like the style of your tree, honestly. Yeah, the only thing I would say is make your highlights more like grouped together like this. You have a lot of holes in your highlights. Yeah, if you want to just send the whole tree, I can take a look at that specifically. So much feedback? Yeah, no problem. I can save this whole image so you can use it. It's pretty messy, but, you know, at least it gets you in the right direction. All right. Let me get out of there. Let me send this over. Yeah, I guess this is a pixel art stream. That's fine. Yeah, I see the whole tree now. Okay. So yeah, I mean, square tree is fine. Square tree is a classic. I do square trees inside of Starground. There's nothing necessarily wrong with making your trees square. So yeah, this looks mostly fine. The only thing I would say is I'm just seeing this pattern a lot and it's getting like repetitive. So I just fill in a lot of this stuff. I probably redo how you go about that stuff and make the sections you're doing larger. So you have like these 3 different colors here. You've got your dark color, medium color, and bright color. I'd probably go through and instead of doing, let's see, what color did you have there? Okay, so you did have your medium color there, which is good. But I'd keep it brightest on the top, so I'd only put a little bit of this stuff like in on the sides. And I'd probably keep the shapes a little more blobby, just because the whole tree itself is pretty like large blobs. And if you do a lot of single pixels, it kind of looks out of place. You know, a lot of these like diagonal edges like this don't fit the style of these other blobs of leaves that you already have here, right? And you can also kind of like round some of these out and bring these lines up, you know, kind of make these leaves look like they're overlapping a bit more on the edges. And I'd probably bring some of these down and add some sections down here. Your whole goal with a tree really is to transition between the sections of it cleanly enough to look like they're like connected on the same tree. And you could keep messing with these, you know, I'd probably make some of this stuff smaller. Depends. I do the same thing over here. Kind of just extend out a couple of these. And what you could also do is instead of doing like full blobs, let's get rid of these. Kind of imply that there are blobs with just an outline, sort of like what we were doing on like the grass shader we were talking about earlier, where you just have these like little like blobs on the edges like this, like outline blobs. Because that way you get the implication of a blob without like the contrast of a blob, if that makes sense. I'd make some of these a little less long. So I think that already helps a lot. It just makes the whole sprite a lot cleaner. And I'd do the same thing down here with all these other sections that you have with the darker areas. Like instead of having these kind of just scattered throughout, I'd be more deliberate about where you decide to place them. These other little like smaller blobs you have here are good. I'd move this blob though, because it makes the shape look kind of wonky, right? So I'd like get rid of this here. Let me delete all this stuff. All right, do that. And I'd move this up to be more like in the center of it. Because you want, like, even though it is a square shape, you want it to, it's always better to kind of follow like a sphere for the overall shape instead of having a random spot jutting out on the edge, because it looks kind of weird, in my opinion. And fix these up. Get rid of this. So I have something more like this. I'd probably also move like this blob into, maybe move that like here instead. Something like that. And get rid of the blob on the edge. You might as well keep the square silhouette if that's like going to be the vibe, right? And then I'd probably do, I think these blobs are too uniform compared to what you have on the top of your tree. So before I'd even do these outlines like this, I would delete all these. I'm just going to do it out in my room. Alexa, fan on. Thanks so much for feedback. Yeah, no, it's no problem at all. It's kind of fun. I think it's also just, for me, a good thing to kind of come back through sometimes with art and, I don't know, almost like refresh my mind about stuff, you know? It's helpful. I'd add some like little segments, kind of make this look like a tuft of leaves instead of just a massive block. Something. There's so many ways you could shade this. I don't know, I might even get rid of these blobs altogether. It's hard to say. And that's another part of doing art, in my opinion, is you just have to kind of experiment and see what looks the best. So you could fully get rid of that stuff, I think, and just kind of be more selective with the segments that you do have in here. So like you have a lot of your shading's going to be from the top right. So maybe you just have like a couple little tufts in here instead of the big blocks. And if you had like a larger tree, then maybe you do some larger blocks, but I'd probably kind of separate it out more. Like instead of just having big blocks, it would kind of be the whole shape of the tree is the big blocks. And I'll explain what I mean by that in a minute. And then now on the bottom, just for the contrast of having it, I'd probably say fill this all in with a dark color, right? Because it gives that nice contrast between everything else and your outline and stuff. Sort of like this. And then you can go through here and give it some texture. And basically just do the same thing you did up here, but now down here, right? So just like add in some blobs. Just do something like this, and then we can go up through and add in some like random areas where it shows up again. Almost like what we did up on the top of the tree, right? Just more of these little like circular shapes. Because these little like shapes look like the leaves that are like sticking out. You could have like some like kind of stick out past the edge just to imply some more depth of your tree too. There's a lot of things you could do there. I feel like this looks a little bit more... Like, simplifying is not always a bad thing, right? I think sometimes it's a good thing to simplify. Like, the more straightforward your sprite is, the better, I think. And I'd probably, like, take advantage of alpha transparency, honestly. The problem with your shadow color right now is if you put it on any other kind of floor, it's going to be kind of messing it up. So I would just take sort of one of your blue colors, set it to like 50% opacity or something. And now I'd use a semi-transparent shadow like this. Otherwise, I think your trunk looks pretty good. You have that nice dark shadow area here, which is great. You could add more highlights to it if you really wanted to, but it's definitely not necessary, you know? You could like add some like lines and stuff, but I don't think you even really need that here in this case, so I'd get rid of that. But yeah, it's probably something along these lines, and then we can look at what it looks like now compared to the old one. So this is the old tree that you had, and now this is the new tree. It's simplified a bit. I think it's like, to me, visually, it's more clear where things are happening. Like, this looked like it had a lot of like random holes in it for some reason. Now I don't say any of this stuff, by the way, in like a negative way. This is genuinely like what I'm seeing. But this is much more clear that it's like a square. And like, I'd probably change these a little bit down here. I think I just made them a little bit too repetitive. So like I'd merge some of these together or something and like maybe even add some like blobs that stick out. There's a lot of ways you could, you know, mess with this. Yeah, I can totally send you this. And also, same thing, by the way. If you're on a background that is lighter than the edges, I would fix your anti-aliasing because you can see what's happening here. You have all of these little dark bits on the edges. So I'd go through those and I would replace those with a brighter color. And if you want to anti-alias those, then you should probably use like a semi-transparent pixel instead. You know, just like that. It just looks so much cleaner on the edges without those like stray pixels kind of clashing. So here, let's just really quick, I'll do it for you. Yeah, I just set my eraser tool to like 50% opacity. I could type, oops. And then go through here and just kind of like smooth out anything that I see that looks jagged. There's not like any really super strict rules when it comes to anti-aliasing, but I generally just see like, if I'm trying to aim for a round shape and I see a shape like this that has like a sharp square, I just like make one of those sides a little more transparent. But something like this, and I'd probably also add some more shape underneath here. I just didn't do it. Well, you know, roughen this bottom edge up a little bit. And then you want to put, oh, I did like semi-transparent. Hold on, let me erase all that. Then add all this back in. Oops. Sort of like that. Yeah, just a lot smoother now. More defined. Simplifying sprites is not always a bad thing. In a lot of cases, deleting details actually makes your sprite better, I think. It's all about like density of details, you know? Right? Where it's like, I always think of like the brightest spots have the least detail. Because in real life, when you look at something extremely bright, it's like so bright that it kind of washes out all the detail and you can't see anything anymore, right? Like if we look at an image of a mushroom or something, like, I don't know, this image isn't like a super great example, but there's like a highlight on right here, and the contrast between the red and the white is now decreased because it's brighter. And so what that kind of equates to in pixel art is decreasing the amount of detail. And I guess really it goes for any art, honestly. So that's what I would say there. Darker areas tend to show that detail more. Really, your midtones are where you can kind of see things the best. Your really dark areas are so dark you can't see the details anymore. And the bright areas are like going to be a completely brightened out splotch, right? So when you look at like our tree here, the super bright area, just pure bright. But then the zones kind of in between the edges of the tree and some spots in here, like that's where these details are gonna be more visible. What is this? Oh yeah, that was the ball. It's like the flag of Japan. But yeah, I'll go ahead and send that tree over too. And I will take a look at yours now, 2Socks. Yeah, sorry if I missed any questions or anything in here. Where was it? Here it is. Alrighty. Whoa! I think you have an issue with delta time. I'm just gonna say that now. You should be very careful about this because now my game is running way too fast. But yeah. Yeah, thanks so much. Helps so much. I'm glad, yeah. They'd be like, oh, decent art, make it better. Nah, that kind of feedback is never helpful. Like, the only way to actually improve is to go through each thing and explain why you should do it. Right. But yeah, I hope it helps. So, connect Phantom. Ship. Start my farm. Okay, it looks normal in here. Turn down the audio. There we go. Here I am. I've arrived. The camera stuff you got going on here is pretty crazy. So you're rendering in like a 3D environment with 2D billboarded sprites, which is neat. Kind of like definitely gives me like Don't Starve vibes, which is cool. So why is that happening? Like the super fast speed at the beginning. You're probably just not getting my delta timing on my like refresh rate. If somebody at like a 60 hertz monitor looks at that screen, yeah, going for Don't Starve looks nice. So yeah, I'm definitely noticing some things here that could be improved on a lot of these assets. Whoa. It's a little funny. I wish I could zoom in a little more, but that's okay. So I'm seeing like here, your trees are kind of, with the lighting, there's a couple things I'd say here that need to be adjusted. You have like a gradient going from dark to bright, but you don't have like defined sections of your tree, right? So if we look at like, I mean, it depends on how you want to display these assets, but I'm assuming this is like top-down view, right? So if you look at something like Don't Starve, we can look at some examples. When you look at all of the assets in this game, I mean, they're kind of messy with it. Sometimes they do and sometimes they don't. But most of these assets are usually from like a top-down perspective. It looks like they didn't bother with the trees and the bushes and stuff, so that's fine. But like the walls, you can see the tops of the walls. And like you can see how the wheat has like a rounded base also. Same with this honey, you can see the top. So I'd probably try and be as consistent as possible as you can be with your assets. The rocks are good, like I can see the top of the rock, but a couple things here for my player, I can't see the top of their head. I can't see the top of your trees. So I would be very consistent with the perspective that you're using on all of your assets. Make sure that you pick one and stick with it, because I think it's either is fine. You know, I'd probably say it's best to do top down versus side view. I just think objects look more interesting that way. But yeah, definitely pick one and continue doing it that way, right? Cat Quest 3, I can take a look at that. Cat Quest 3. Oh yeah, this does a similar thing where it's got like the 3D environment look. It's pretty cool. Yeah, they've got a mix of a lot of different 3D models and stuff. But you can still kind of see, even in this one, like you can see the tops of a lot of these assets because the camera is looking down at that angle. So, but yeah, that's pretty cool. Yeah, rocks are the only thing in there now. Yeah, I mean, I think the rocks are solid. Again, also definitely a thing I would do is have an idea in your head of where the light source is coming from, because I'm seeing like there's like rim lighting on the tree and stuff that's implying that the lighting is coming from underneath, which is a little strange to me. So what I would say is if you have a tree, let's go ahead and just draw one super quick. I'll just make like a big canvas so I can draw a bunch of other things. Ignore that tree in the top left. So you have a tree that's kind of like this. You've got like a square section. And then you've got a trunk. It's about like this big. Then you have like a branch here and another branch up here. Something along those lines. So if we were going to light this tree, there's a couple things that I would do to make this look correct. So first off, define your light source. I'm going to say it's over in the top right. So if we're looking at this object from top down, it means that you'd be seeing the top of your tree here. So this spot of the tree would be bright because it's the top of the tree and you'd be seeing it there, right? Same with your branches down here. So since the light's coming from this direction, it would mean that the top of your branches are going to be bright like this. And you wouldn't have like this section of your tree be bright. Like you'd have a little bit here, honestly, just because it's facing to the right toward the light source like this. But you wouldn't have it ever like casting light down in the bottom, right? So here I'd like curve this out, kind of make it look a little more natural. But then here, these are like two distinct sections of your tree. So you'd have like a dark area here that would kind of go into this, almost sort of like this. And then you just shade the trunk the same way, where you've got the darker section on the left facing away from your light source. And for trees, what I always do, just to give them more textures, instead of just doing a big line of brightness, I think that looks boring, I kind of like draw like chunks. Because if you look at like a real tree, they have like bark. And it kind of like doing that, I think, implies like a bark texture. And then likewise, I kind of do the inverse here, right? So in the areas that are bright or whatever, I kind of cut into the darker area a little bit. This is like probably not a great example. I would have changed like the base shape more. I don't like how this looks. Let me go ahead and open up one of the trees I already did to show you what I'm talking about if we're lured in. I don't have, the trees in there don't really have a ton of bark. Well, I guess the jungle tree does. So you can see like what I mean by like the bark, where like the highlights are sort of segmented into sections. So So here, I'd keep messing around with it. Also, I would make your trunk shape. I didn't do it very much here, but it should be more interesting than this. Also, trunks in real life taper, so I didn't taper it either. I just made all sorts of mistakes myself. It's not your fault. Or we'll figure out the bottom later. I'm gonna refill in all these. So yeah, what I'd probably do here. Fan not on. Alexa, fan on. There we go. So then you can have your like sections here. I typically think of like a tree like a bundle of tubes, right? So if you look at a tree in real life, it's like it's just a bunch of tubes that go up. Like you can kind of see a tube here, and a tube there. So I think the reason why I'm having a hard time shading this is because of the way the branches are, and they don't like connect very cleanly into the main part of the tree, and so it's difficult to shade, right? So let's just completely redo this whole trunk. So how I would draw this is a bunch of tubes, right? So I'm going to start with the main tube in the middle, and then we've got some tubes on the right, on the sides of it. And then you can like bring this out. You have some like roots down here in the bottom and stuff. So this is a much more natural tree shape. It is a pretty rough drawing, so it's not super great, but I'd probably like bunch these tubes together a little tighter, but now I can really go in here and shade this a lot better, I feel like, where I'd start with all these highlights here. You know, you've got like these long kind of tube sections. Oops, I didn't want to connect those two. Right, get all this stuff, and I'd stop the highlighting right around there because it's going to get cast into shadow. And only a couple highlights down in here. We'd have some on the roots here. So that would be your bright areas. And it also depends on the art style you're aiming for. If you want to go for like a more cartoony style, then I don't know if I'd go so crazy with all this shading on the trunk. It just depends. And I'd bring this up. You can have like some sections in here, and then right around here, it would all be cast into darkness because of your leaves above. I think the proportion from trunk to leaves is not great, so I'd probably like shrink. I'd make this whole trunk a lot thinner, something more like that. And this is sort of a realistic looking trunk, but there's a lot of ways you can make this look more cartoony if you want. And really the way to do that is to just change your lighting, right? So I've got a lot of like, you could kind of smooth out all this lighting, make it so it's not so noisy. I'd like combine all this lighting together into one big section and stuff like that. And you know, just do stuff like this. You can make these darker areas not as crazy. So you can get a more cartoony looking style that way. Just depends on what you're going for. Struggling with general shapes in pixel art, like I draw with the mouse, my hand kind of, let's see, kind of scared going crazy with general shape. Also have a problem understanding the pipeline going from messy shapes to final ones. That's fair, yeah. I think the big thing is like with creating shapes with pixel art, it's really about like just simplifying everything into like primitive shapes, right? So like when I think of a tree, the way I think of it is tubes and balls, right? So you don't have to, you start out just with a really messy shape. You know, like for this tree, literally what we did is this, draw 3 tubes like this. And then your leaves up here, you can do a big square if you want, that's fine. It's like a stylized leaf shape. If you're going for a realistic kind of tree, then just draw a bunch of balls. And they don't have to be very fancy. You just kind of put them around wherever. And as long as you have that like general silhouette shape, that's when you can really start to kind of go through and refine it, right? So now we have all those balls and tubes. and you take a smaller brush and just go through and like connect these two so there's not a weird gap there, right? You could even add another branch here if you wanted to or something. And a lot of shape also is mainly in the form of shading, right? So if I'm going to shade this tree over here, I'd want to kind of do the same thing. Like do some balls for where like the bright spots of my leaves would be, like that. And then I go through with a smaller brush and like roughen them up a little bit, you know. We could add some like sections out here, whatever. So that's the way I always approach drawing pretty much anything. Is like I just do a lot of large shapes. And I just kind of messily go through. And it's hard for me to just say that. I mean, really what it comes down to is practice. You just have to do it more. But I think over time it gets a lot easier, in my opinion. You know, and you can put some like in-between shapes to kind of dither everything in. Yeah, really usually my like initial outlines for stuff is pretty messy. I don't like spend very long trying to refine the shape because the shape kind of gets refined through the lighting that I do. Yeah, I'm just drawing with my mouse right here. So I do that and then fill this all in with a darker color. And then I do the same process for the dark regions on the tree, right? And I just kind of go through and blobs. It's all blobs, right? And I just start filling in with more blobs. And probably like especially down here near the trunk and stuff, I do that all as dark. I don't know, something like that. It's not a super great shaded tree or anything, but it's just a super rough example. What I'd probably do instead of like doing these blobs everywhere is go more like what I did with that other tree that we were drawing, you know, where I do the these like kind of outlined regions to imply the blobs. But I did do the blobs for the lured in tree here, and you can kind of see how I did that, right? Basically, I said I did this blob, 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 and that's the leaf shape. And then I go through and draw smaller blobs of highlighting. So I'm like blob, 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 and you just keep drawing more and more blobs. That's basically how you do it. So we'd have this now. I'm going to color in our trunk. And all of this is going to be cast in shadow from our leaves up there, so that would all be dark, right? And like we just did over there, I'm just going to draw in some highlights, you know, for the trunk. Sort of like this. And sometimes when I do this and I go into areas that are already dark, I just swap to my mid-tone color. Sort of like this. So it's not as like distracting. Shade in everything in here. But yeah, it's all just practice. Really what it is. Tree. Then I can... And then once you like get the majority of your asset done, you can kind of go through and tweak things, right? Like if I want this shape to be a little bit pointier here, have some sort of like leaves sticking out, you know, I can just go in and do that. You don't have to get it like perfect from the very beginning. Because I think like the way that I draw stuff is it's sort of like layering stuff on top of each other, right? So it's like, I don't start with the perfect outline or the perfect tree or whatever. I just start with something, and then I keep going through and making little tiny changes, and then it just starts refining. Hopefully that's helpful. It is kind of a difficult, you know, thing to explain, but... Oops. Fill that in. It's looking sick. Well, thank you, yeah. What are your thoughts on mixels for UI? I think mixels for UI specifically is fine. If your pixel like ratio of the UI is different to the in-game pixel ratio, I don't think it matters very much. But just don't do mixels within, like, I treat those as two separate like worlds. So you have your world, those should have consistent pixels, and your UI, and that should be consistent, right? That's what I would say. And there are some mixels in lured in, I'm not gonna lie. But as long as you get close enough, I think it's fine. And pixel perfect implies the correct placement of pixels, like 1 1 1 2s. So pixel perfect is like, so let's look at a game here. I think it might be in your game. Looks like it is. So if you look really close at this, and it's going to be hard to tell, but you can see how I have pixels here that are halfway in between our pixel grid. So let's, I'll draw like a big example here. So let's say that I have an outline of something, and like here's 1 pixel, here's the next pixel next to it, and a 3rd pixel. It's possible to have a pixel kind of like in these half positions. So it's like halfway over another pixel, like something like this. So that would be not pixel perfect. If we say change this to be pixel perfect, we'd have to snap those pixels to like the next cell in the grid. So it'd be like this. So basically what pixel perfect is just making sure that the pixels are always snapped to the closest like display pixel. You can't ever have like half pixels, right? If that makes sense. But I don't really care about pixel perfect stuff in my own games, I'm not gonna lie, because it just seems like it's not worth the trouble. And I don't think anyone really should worry about it too much. But mixels are a different thing from pixel perfect, so. But anyways, so yeah, back to your tree and stuff. So what we would probably do for the lighting here. Should I go in the tree now? Yeah. So I'd have like, you have like this color, and then like you could throw in another darker color here. I'd probably start like adding in some leaves down here, you know, sort of that hang down, implying that there's some shape down there. Something like that, and you can kind of start raising those up here. Right, just any way to give this some shape in its silhouette. You could do something like that. And then for your highlighted area, I would take your mid-tone here. I would like add in some shapes here, so you kind of have like these sections of your highlight hanging over into your mid-tone. Sort of like that or something. And I'd probably go through and like make these more random. You don't really want like repeating patterns too much when it comes to stuff like nature, because it never has repeating patterns, right? Do like that. And then go through and add in some more. There's so many different ways to shade trees and leaves and stuff. So, you know, even though this is the way that I've been doing it recently with Lured In, there's like a million more ways you could do this, right? So do some research, because I always think that's important. Because everybody has different, like, you know, techniques that they enjoy and stuff. But something like this would probably work, and you could outline this if you want. I think you have your assets outlined. Yep. So we just go through here with a darker color and get all of this outlined. Boom. Oops. Something along these lines. And I would also outline the branch or the wood, but I'm not going to bother with that right now. And you could also go through and just add in some more variation to this too to make it more interesting, right? It doesn't have to be like the outlined tufts, but something just like that to add some more shape to it. And I think that helps a lot. So something like that. You can outline the trunk too. Your main inspiration is Blazing Beaks. I can take a look at that. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I can see what you got going on here with the assets. Yeah, honestly, there are some things in here that I think look bad. Like, I don't like how they anti-alias the edges without having an outline, because it just looks bad, in my opinion. But yeah, I can definitely see what you mean, for sure. I do see a lot of inspiration from this. I do like all their assets of their characters and stuff. I think those are pretty solid. The dirt that they do here is pretty good. And I like how they've got the rounded stones here. I personally don't like the ultra sharp squares that they've got over in this image. I just don't think it makes sense personally. Because they've got these like square sections and then everything else is round. The enemies are round and the character's round and it's all round, and then they've just got random sharp squares. I don't know. It's strange. But I'd say overall, yeah, the art's pretty solid here though. We got some good stuff going. See, like, I don't know why they don't just do the rounded ones. I think those look way better in my opinion. But yeah, this is pretty good. I feel like these tiles are too sharp, honestly. But again, everyone's got their own styles and stuff, right? There's no right or wrong way to draw stuff. And they do use a consistent light source, except their light is coming from directly above, and that's why the way that they do their shadows here is just straight out from the tile instead of like what I was saying where you have it off to the left. I think top-down lighting is a little boring. I like lighting from the top right usually, but I sent you a screenshot of how my game used to look when I copied and didn't care. Let me take a look. So where's that at? Here it is. Yeah. Little devil goobers. Yeah, I think the new tiles that you have with the grass, in my opinion, look a lot better than like the sharp, jagged edges. So, yeah. I like the splotches. So many different ways you could stylize stuff, right? I mean, like, you can go like this style and stuff if you want. But, yeah, just a million ways you could go about it. Yeah, I definitely think what you've got going on now is much better, for sure. Yeah, I've got all the decorations around and stuff. I think it's really important to like kind of forge your own style. I mean, of course, it's great to look at references, and everyone should look at references for art. But definitely, like, over time, I think you build your own, like, you know, style in your head of the things that you find and realize that you enjoy. And there's always going to be differences, right? Some people might really like the sharp tiles here. I personally don't like the sharp tiles, you know, and I have my own reasons for why I like them, and I'm sure somebody else has their own reasons for, or I have my own reasons for why I don't like them, and someone else probably has reasons for why they do, and that's fine, right? So, just depends. But yeah. Kind of branching off, yeah. No, that's good. But yeah, anyways, I hope all the pixel art stuff is helpful. I'm not like amazing at pixel art or anything. I've seen some pixel art stuff that looks really, really good. One pixel artist I've always enjoyed the assets of is Pixel Overlord. Is it Pixel Overload? I think it is. Yeah. But I just really like how all of his stuff looks, you know? It's like, he has a very good ability to draw things simplified, but also at the same time with just enough detail. Like, if you look at some stuff that he's drawn before, he did this whole video where he redrew a lot of these tiles from Catan, and I do like how they look. Not all of them, but most of them I think look really nice. He like redraws the wheat fields. It's just such a, I always think it's a very nice mix of like, it's got just enough detail. But still very like simple colors and shapes overall, right? I mean, you look at all this stuff and like, this is basically just a big splotch of green. There's nothing going on in here, but your mind is filling in the details, right? And that's an important part about art. that everybody should experiment with and try and learn, I think, is a lot of the times having less detail is more, right? Because your brain automatically fills in the detail for you. So I really like all the art that he drew in this game too. What is it? Colorado Cactus Circuit. I think all the art in this looks really good, really nice. I love the rails that he did and stuff. Right. We'll get to where he draws the rails. Like all of these tiles are they're just nice and chunky. I think all his proportions are very, very good as well. And I'm glad that he didn't like make the ground tiles like way over detailed and stuff. And this is another thing too, especially when it comes to a video game. Sometimes detail can actually be a detriment. Like in this game, you're placing down these like rail tiles. So it's kind of important to be able to see where can I actually place it. To me, just one glance at this game and immediately I'm like, okay, I can place all my rails here, but not on these tiles that have the cactus and the log. It's a very obvious visual indicator. So that's a whole nother aspect of it too. But yeah, his art does look very nice. And I wish I could draw like this, but it's hard, you know. Because it's so easy to fall into that trap of over detailing things. So it's kind of mushy in a really good way. I think I know what you mean, yeah. It also does a lot of like there's a lot of good art in this video, I think. Like just this scene, like here, is already really cool, you know? He's using a very warm palette, which fits very nicely in with the scene that he's drawing here. It's like very overgrown, lots of plants and nature and stuff, but also computers. But the computers are overgrown with plants, so it makes sense. He does a lot of anti-aliasing, but you can see that like he has a lot of just big flat color areas, right? Like this area is shaded here because you've got this pipe casting a shadow down here. But otherwise, all of this part of the monitor is just a big flat color. And I think that's what's important about drawing is like, it's good in here to have all these little details, but you want to have these big areas of just flat color to kind of like give your eyes a break. And it's the same with like the way he draws his grass down in here. You've got like back up on the edges and the mid-tone area, there's lots of little details in the darker areas and highlights. But then in here, it's just a big flat nothing area. You don't really need to load this area with details. I think it kind of makes things too detailed. So I don't know. This is just what I analyzed from his art. I mean, I could be completely wrong. But this scene looks freaking epic. I love the composition he has. He's got like this back like foreground area and it's kind of offset in 1/3 it's just very good. Wish I could see more of that one. I guess it shows it off here a little bit. All his bricks look really nice. Yeah, it just looks very nice, I think. Anyways. But yeah, hopefully that helps though, Two Socks with the art stuff here. And it's pretty much the same things that I talked about applies just the same to the bushes here too. Since your grass is kind of like a top-down like texture like this, you actually want to draw it as like a bird's eye view, right? Because your grass looks like it's supposed to be like viewed from the side, but it's not. It's viewed from directly down. So what I would say instead for your grass is like, I would do something sort of like this, where you have your grass, and just draw directly out from the center for your tufts of grass like this, right? Because that's the way that you're going to be viewing it as a player, is like from directly above, you know, something more like that. And I think that'll help your grass look a little bit more, I don't know, better than what it's got going on now, perspective wise. And I do the same thing with the rocks that you have. It doesn't really make sense to put a shadow onto your your texture for this material. And I'd also take a look at possibly doing like some kind of shader or something and mixing in another grass texture into this tile, this big plane that you have. Like if you had some sections in here in between decorations that were like a little bit brighter, you know, or had some like, I think that would really, really enhance the visuals of everything. Just having some more variety in the grass that you have down here. But otherwise, yeah, and also do the same perspective stuff with your player. I think the player should kind of like be looking at sort of more of a top-down angle. I feel like that would probably help. So the animation is insane on the UI there. Tile locked. I don't know how I'm supposed to actually like, oh, so this is my only tile that I get over here. So I have to like hoe it. Okay. I don't know how to grow stuff. I have no seeds. Can I harvest? I don't know. Zero owned. Yeah, I don't know how to actually grow stuff here. Growing farm. Unless the game is not playable right now. I'm not. It's in the top menu. Land, seed 0 out of 30. Oh, up in here? No. Did I go to the store? Oh, okay, I see. I'd probably move this into a separate section. This to me implies like game options and settings, not like a UI that I can actually access and go into. This is just from a pure gameplay developer's perspective. I'd probably put it down here in like your toolbar, like another button right above your toolbar or something. Like a little shop button here. That to me would make a lot more sense, but just personally what I'm thinking. Let's grow some potatoes. It takes a long time to buy potatoes for some reason. Don't know why. Let's get 6 potato seeds. Boom. Anyways, but yeah, look at our little farm. It's crazy. All right, let's get out of this. Oh, server out for important economy actions. I would definitely add in a way to buy multiple at the same time then, because I could see that being extremely annoying. Having to sit there and buy one at a time. Macris, welcome in. How's it going? I do art differently now. Let's go. It's like I understand pixel art from you like a lot better. Well, I'm glad to hear. Yeah, it's very cool. Yeah, sorry I took a massive what do you even call it? The entire stream was about not lured in. But that's okay. We'll actually get back to the lured in stuff now, probably. We have so much money sitting here. Oh my goodness. Didn't realize I left all this going here. Okay, so what were the other things that we were thinking about doing here? The lured in. Oh yeah, we had it written down on our list. So yeah, being able to click outside of the UI to close stuff would be nice. Just left clicking. We'll see if we can set that up. We'd have to go into... See, I can't use the global UI because that would be like above everything. Unless I put this node... No, because it's the way that the mouse interaction works. Would love to do a global UI though. Maybe I could just put it below everything. We'll just do this. So how do I want to do this though? I do kind of need like a global UI to put behind everything, honestly. Wonder if I shouldn't have made this a canvas. It's too late though. Well, if I go into somewhere like the aquarium, what I can do is go to our canvas. We can add in I don't need a color rect, just a control node, and put this at the bottom of everything right there. And then now I can say mouse stop. And then if this node receives an input, I can close everything. So close area. Then just say, how do I check if it's received an input? I think it's just like function input. And then if is input. It's action just pressed by event. Click left, I think is what I want. Let's see if that works. And if I can't get it working, it's fine. I'll just not include it for this update. I don't want to accidentally cause issues. What happened here? Oh, I didn't even pass in the event. I am a little bit silly. Come on. No. Let's try that again. Whoa. Train reference. That's crazy. It's a pretty cool train. All right, let's see if this works at all. So I'm not seeing it print out there. Doesn't seem to print out at all. Okay. So this didn't work. Maybe it's that it's not click left. Thought it was, though. It is click left. So it's not input. That doesn't seem to do anything. Oh, it's probably because I didn't actually set it to be full rect. I'm just stupid. But it still doesn't want to do anything. Which is interesting. I don't know why. Full rect. Stop. I thought input would receive input from this. Called when there's an input event. Maybe that's not the right. Try to intercept events first. Consume the input event and stop it propagating further into other nodes. I should set it as set input as handled. Well, maybe there's an easier way I could do all this. Instead of checking if I'm like capturing it, I'm just going to go into global and check for an unhandled input, which means that nothing, like there was no node that actually captured the input, right? Then is action pressed by event, click left, event, print. Let's try that out. I don't know if that's going to work though for every single area. Might not, but we'll try it out. Alrighty. So yeah, it doesn't work here. And it doesn't work there. Now, is unhandled input only going to be for nodes that can actually handle input? Which is done automatically. This method is overridden. Let's just print if it happens at all, because maybe it's like, that's the issue, is I'm just not, it's not left click. Oh yeah, you can see that's way different now. Okay, so this function doesn't work. I can't check if pressed by click left, I guess. Which is weird that that doesn't work. I don't know why it doesn't work. But I'll just say if event is mouse button, or input event mouse button. If event, I'll just do this. Return. So then we need to check if event dot mouse or button index or whatever it is. What is it called? Yeah, button index. It's not equal to, what is the index for left click? Mouse button left is 1. Return. Let's see if that works then. Oh, and also I have to check if it's been pressed and not released. So if event dot button pressed. I think it's pressed. Let me go check. Yeah, pressed. Well, let's give it a try. So you can see it printing out there. So if I'm in my inventory and I'm doing stuff, clicking around, nothing happens. Then if I click out, you can see it prints. So I think this will work. There's going to be some sections where it doesn't, but then what I can call is just my UI manager dot toggle escape menu. Let's give it a try. So yeah, I think that works. So now I can click out of a menu, right? Just like that. That is one issue though. I have to make sure I can only do it if there is an active menu. Oops. Dot active. Oops. If we have an active menu, then toggle. Let's try that again. Okay, so now I can click on a thing and click out of the screen. I'll make this another option, just in case people find it annoying, so. Seems to be working fine, though. Like, what happens if I'm in this region? So this is one issue. Since I have another node behind here that's capturing input, it's checking if my mouse is, like, in the area of where I can cast, which is a problem. So I'm going to have to change it here. Because I can't click out of the keep net then. Which is just like a weird, annoying thing. I can click out of everything in here. Right? It shouldn't ever cause an issue where I would be receiving... Like if I'm clicking on buttons or whatever, that's taking the input, so it's never going to be unhandled. Even same when I click on like buttons like that. So if I click that and click that, yeah, it stays open. Only when I click out of the menu. So, I mean, it should be fine. As far as I can tell. Like a weather system? Yeah, thank you. I think it works pretty well. It's pretty, pretty simple. I just have like a weather ID assigned to each region. Every, what is it, like 5 minutes it attempts to change the weather, I think. And then just changes all the visuals when it does, so. Let's get the fish. I'm just making sure I can't. Oh, well, duh, I failed because I clicked out of it. I clicked at the wrong time, but try that again. I want to make sure I'm not gonna mess up the minigame UIs, you know? Yeah, that seems fine. I think it's because minigames don't technically count as a UI, so that doesn't, like, matter. And also we got that node behind that we need to fix anyways. So yeah, we got to do that. I don't know how I can check for that properly because I'm pretty sure I have it set to stop. So it's going to be capturing that input of whether the mouse is entered or not. And that is a little bit of a problem. So I'm going to have to figure it out. What is this color rect used for? Right there. No, right there. Oh, right. That's like the... I'm going to call this door cover. How should I go about grass? Yeah. Let me, So funny enough, the way I actually do the grass in Lurden is I use just one big massive texture. I do actually want to update the grass that I'm using, the texture for it, because I think it's a little bit ugly. And like the scale of it doesn't make sense because like the flowers are like as big as the player's head, which is not good. So I'm gonna be redoing this. But I actually use a shader for that. Essentially it kind of replaces the texture of the tile set with the texture that I apply. So I'll go show you how I have that set up inside of my tile set stuff. But it works really well. Let's go into the pond. So on all of these tiles in here, it works in Godot. I don't know if you're using Godot, but I select on these. You are? Okay, nice. And then on all of these, when you're inside of, I have to go to select, right? There's this rendering tab, and you can set a custom material on these tiles. So I have all of these set to this texture swap tile here, or texture swap shader. And it's using this texture and applying that. This is a tileable texture, and applying it to all of my tiles here. So that's the way I'm doing this. I just do it that way so that I don't have to worry about like manually drawing in my own like tile variations for the grass. And I can just have one big texture that I edit, and it just kind of works. So honestly, if you want this shader, I can send it to you. It's pretty simple. There is one thing here I'd probably change, which is instead of using my texture resolution here, I can just manually calculate it. I probably should just do that. Let me go ahead and do that really quick so it's easier for you. Just thinking if I had to do something like that, or hand grass. Okay. Why is the texture not applying? Oh, is it because I broke it or something? Oh. I don't know what I did. Did I accidentally unset it? Whatever I did. I don't know what I did. I have the texture in there. Well, I guess I gotta fix it now. I don't know what I did. Anyways. So texture resolution, I can say, I think it's texture size of my overlay texture. And I can just do that. Invalid arguments. Oh, right, I have to give it a LOD, which is going to be at 0. And that's going to be in terms of a vector 2i, so I've got to convert into a vec2. There we go. Everything's fixed. Now I can get rid of texture resolution, and it'll just automatically know. So yeah, you're saying if you had to do it by hand. So what I would do in that case is if you have all your different tile variations in here, you can select all of them, right? And if you go up to here when you're drawing them, there's this little random button, right? Place random tile. And then yeah, you can just click on that and like you can enable scattering. And what that'll do is place random tiles in the area that I select. So it's really nice for doing that kind of thing. But yeah, I can send the shader over to you though, if you do want to end up using it, because it does speed things up quite a bit. You don't ever have to think about placing those tiles down manually anymore. So, and now it's even more simple. So with this, what I have set up here is the tiles then have to just be pure green. And whatever is pure green will be replaced with the color. So, I don't know why it's so wacky. I should just select a color that it replaces instead of all this business. So I'm saying if alpha is greater than 0.1. kind of complicated. I'm just going to do this. If color dot equals or whatever. I think I have to say like is equal to or something. I don't remember what it is. Replace color. And then just put another uniform in here. Vec4 replace color. What is overlay color? Oh, that's that one right there. I'm just making this a little bit more versatile because it was kind of stupid how I did it before. All right, let me go fix this. So I'm going to select that material. Oh yeah, I have to make it actually a real color. Hold up. I have to say place color, hint, or no, source color. That should work better now. So I know this isn't going to work, and it's because it has to... I have to set it to figure out how to do this. There's like an is equals to for like approximate values like that. I don't remember what the function is called though. Let me look it up. Shaders is equal to... I don't know if I'm gonna find it. Let's look at the shading language. I don't want data types, I want like comparisons. Structs, operators. Equality. Discarding, which is a thing. It does have a performance cost though. I don't mention it in here. Built-in functions, I think, is what I want. That's floor. Trunk. Is it just equal? Okay. So I can just do this. And yeah, that should be good. Didn't even expected a Boolean. Doesn't that return a Boolean? No. A vector Boolean type. Ooh. I don't know what a vec bool type is. I'll have to figure that out. Oh, I can just call all on that. Okay. I guess it's returning a vector 3 of booleans, and that's why it doesn't work. All right. So now it should be checking if it's the same as the replace color. I love to see the Godot docs. Oh yeah, they're super helpful. I use them all the time. Always get imposter syndrome for checking the docs so much. No, you should, honestly. Anyone that says you shouldn't be checking the docs has no idea what they're talking about. So. Okay, that doesn't seem to work. It's probably just because I need to set a threshold. Because it should be working. Unless what I need to say is like texture.rgb or something. But then I'd have to actually convert it into a real texture, so that doesn't work. Yeah, I don't know why that wouldn't work. Another way that I could do this is just say that minus the other one. Then I think I can say dot like length. Something like that. And that way I can check the size, and if it's like greater than a certain value, I know it's the same, or smaller than a certain value. Length might be like a function call. Let's see. Greater than 0.1. Let's try that. Oh yeah, there we go. So that's too much. Greater than 0.01. 0.01. Oh, I want this to be less than a certain value. Right? Am I crazy? Doesn't seem to be working. I wish I could print out the value that it's getting, you know? This is the thing. Let me go search for length. So vector length. Oh, distance between vectors. I can just put that one in instead of length. Say distance. I feel like this should be working. If the distance is less than a certain value, then it should apply, right? It kind of works, but it's way too sensitive for some reason. Then any less than that, it just stops working, which is really strange. I might have to get the original texture here and say texture UV, or say a world position. Or no, because it's just on this specific tile. Var, oops, back for texture for original texture. And now I can say original texture RGB. Still not working though at all, which is really weird. I don't know why this wouldn't be working. Unless I accidentally reset my color again. I doubt it though. So I just have this set to full green, right? Seems to be correct. And I'm pretty sure it's what I have in here for my actual tile set. Let's go take a look at that. Sprites. Go down to my tile. This is just pure green, right? Yeah. 2EFF0. And this is 00FF00. I guess it has a different hue somehow. Which doesn't make any sense. Oh, it does have some red. I don't know why I did that. All right, let me replace all these then. Make sure that they're the correct values now. Which they are. Okay, cool. Let's resave it, see if that now works. Yeah, you gotta be careful about that. Should I go to university for a CS degree or straight to a game dev job? I think it sort of depends on a lot of things. Right? It's hard to say. I got a computer science degree. And it was helpful for learning the programming. But I also kind of got my degree sort of as like a backup, right? Like if my computer science, if my game dev stuff didn't work out, I had still had a degree and I had the option of like taking a different route, you know, with my career. And so that's kind of the big reason why I decided to go through university and do all that stuff. But I mean, like if you're very set on doing game development, then I don't know if it's 100% worth it to spend all the money to get a degree and stuff, right? So it's always a complicated decision to make. Oops. But yeah, I would say, man. Yeah, it's just hard. Depends on a lot of things. Like, do you have extra money that you can spend and stuff like that, right? A is greater than 0. I'm gonna make sure that there's actually alpha transparency until I replace it. There we go. Nice. Now it's working. So that's sampling that using all that business. Alrighty. I don't know why it's doing all that. What am I doing? World position 1 divided by, oh yeah, texture size. I have to do that. Okay, this shader's all ready to go. I fixed that one issue so you can define your own replace color. So I'm going to go send this shader to you as well. Just wanted to kind of clean that up a little bit before I send it to people. There you go. All fixed up. And it's got a threshold down here so you can change that value if you're having issues, but otherwise it should stay as the exact same color. Not really, no extra money. 40k saved up for some housing, so I don't go straight into needing a job for rent. Yeah, no, that's fair. Yeah, I mean, it's really hard to say. Like, one of the big reasons I went is because my parents paid for my university, right? And so I was able to go, and I knew that afterwards I was done. I wasn't going to have the $50,000 student loan hanging over me. And so I am sort of in a position where I have a lot more financial freedom than a lot of other people do, right? So it is very difficult to, yeah, like drop $50,000 on an education, right? So I would say with university, I don't think it's worth it to go unless you have a specific reason to. Like, if you're just going because you feel like you should, I don't think it's worth it. Because it's like, it's not gonna, whoa. This one didn't replace properly. It's gotta be one of these tiles is wrong, huh? Oh, it's a different material and I didn't set the color up on that one properly. Let me go fix it. Computer science, I don't know. I have a good story with story in the grades for a really good university, but yeah. America least. Oh, okay, so you're in Spain, yeah. It really depends on how much it's gonna cost you, I think, you know. Why are these tiles not here? It's a little strange. Let me go to the jungle, hold on. Okay, they are here though. So these are two separate tile maps? I'm gonna have to fix that. I thought they were all the same one. And it doesn't have the under tiles set. What? But I did set them up here, though. Okay. I'm gonna have to fix all that. But it's not necessarily broken right now, so I'm gonna ignore it. Alright, we gotta select. Change this parameter to be pure green. Alright, everything's fixed now. I mean, if it's not obscenely expensive like it is in the US, then I would say it's worth it. Honestly, I don't know if it's fully worth it to go to a university that's really expensive, you know? Like in the US, we have like the top like Ivy League schools, MIT and Harvard and Stanford and all that stuff. But those colleges are so insanely expensive, you know, you're going to be spending like $100,000 on an education. So unless you have super rich parents or you got a full scholarship, it's not worth it, I feel like, to ever go to those places, even if you got accepted. Because it's kind of a scam. I don't know if, honestly, if companies really care so much about the university you went to, just the fact that you did or you didn't. That's what I think. I mean, that's just what even just from if I were to hire somebody to help me with games that I'm working on, I wouldn't care really about the education very much. Like, it's nice to know if they did or didn't, but at the end of the day, the thing I'm really looking for is just, like, more so experience and the things that you've already created and done. That's what's important to me, at least. But I wonder if a family member goes to a school, do you have a better chance? I don't really know, to be honest. All of my siblings, we've all gone to the same university. And I don't think it's necessarily because we've gone, it's just because we've had other family members go. I think it's just because the university I went to has a very low bar for admission. It's very easy to get into. They have like a over 90% like acceptance rate or whatever. And since I got really good grades in high school, it was nothing. But yeah, I don't know if it really matters. I think it would be a bad thing if it did matter. I'm gonna be real. Hopefully it doesn't matter. Because that seems very unfair. If like it's like nepotism, but for universities, basically. But hey, thank you for the follow and welcome in. How are you doing? Yeah, it seems to be working. The state unis in Spain that are cheap are kind of selective. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, I guess that's the one pro of private education or whatever paid education is. It's, you know, not selective at all. But I'll close all this garbage. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, you can always give it a shot. Apply for like, I would like write down like what would be your dream setup, the university you'd want to go to for the right price and everything, right? And just give it a try and apply. And if you get in, then great. But if not, it's not a huge problem. At least I think. Like with game development, specifically if you're going to be working for yourself and making games solo, degrees don't really matter at all. Because the only thing people actually care about is what game did you make, right? Nobody cares about whether you have a degree or not. So let's go MIT for $69. That'd be insane if MIT was that cheap. If those Ivy League schools were cheap, then their acceptance rate would be like practically 0%. Yeah, that'd be wild. But then they wouldn't have the prestige they have anyways, so it wouldn't even be like that anyways. Yeah, it's stupid. Yeah, it's difficult. There's just so many factors that go into it. For me, I made that decision because I just wasn't 100% sure about everything yet. And it was kind of a way for me to still be utilizing my time without like worrying if I was wasting it. Because I was like, okay, it's going to give me time to learn computer science and like figure everything out. Am I going to make games full time or what? And then at the end of it, even if I don't decide to make full games, I still have a degree and I can immediately go out and start looking for a computer science job that would pay well, right? And that's what it was for me. But it won't be that way for everybody, right? If you already have a job that's making you money, and you're content staying with that job for the meantime to try and do game dev on the side, then I would say it's probably not worth it to spend the money to go to university for it. I think most of what you can learn with game dev can be pretty easily learned online. You know, find some YouTube videos and stuff. I wouldn't even bother paying for a paid course. It's just not worth it. So, but it's absolutely feasible to learn how to make games without a degree. Like, I just don't think it's necessary at all. And the big thing, like, if you want to get a job at another studio or something, then the number one most important factor is going to be what games have you worked on? What games have you made before, right? So if you can show them, like, hey, I have this game on Steam that got X and X so-and-so number of reviews, and I made this much money or whatever, then that's a very easy, like, oh, yeah, this guy has made this whole game. So immediately a studio would be like, they would understand what kind of experience you have with game development. So, but yeah. I want to work on Coconut Simulator 3 full time. Oh man. Is 3 in development? I know there's like 2, right? Just so stupid. The fact that they probably made like, I mean, it's only $1, but they still made thousands and thousands of dollars on this game. They probably made like $20,000, which is insane. It's so stupid, but you know, good for them, I guess. I gotta go to bed. It's, oh yeah, no worries at all. Oh yeah, if you're in Spain, it's probably super late. I apologize for you destroying your sleep schedule. Oh my god, there's so many. Weed simulator, grass sim, cactus sim, stump sim. This is just a... They're making so much money off of all this garbage. Cactus clicker. Palm simulator. Coming soon. Oh, that's going to be a really hard one for them to work on. It's going to take a long time, huh? It's so dumb. This is an adventure game. Yeah, anyways, have a good rest of your night. Thanks for coming in. I appreciate it. So stupid. Palm Simulator 2. It's so dumb. Anyways. Okay, so we got the shader all fixed. I need to keep testing everything. I need to figure out another way to go about doing the casting stuff then. So if we go into fishing region, because we've got this big like in here, this cast zone. It's just a big color rec that takes up the whole screen. And essentially what I'm checking with this in here, I have some signals set up so I know when the mouse is hovered over it, right? But I realize I don't really need to do it that way. I could just check and see if I'm holding down the mouse inside of the unhandled input event, and that would work just as well. So I could probably really simplify this code quite a bit. I'll probably make that invisible. And I can just have a check for unhandled input in here. Right? And just say if event is input event mouse button, then I just want to print some stuff, right? And this will be like the check that I run to see if I can actually hold left click and cast. Are you planning to implement Steam Cloud saves? I do have them implemented already, actually. Just recently I went through and got it all set up, so it should be working. It shows that it's there. Steam Cloud. Let's go see if it actually works. Now that's had time to like refresh and update. It should be. I'm not seeing it in this one, but it's probably because like this version of the game isn't out yet. But the demo should have it, supposedly. I'm not seeing it in here though. I don't know if it's like something I didn't enable properly. So maybe I didn't do it right. Pretty sure I set it up though. Because normally if you go to a game that has it, like it should show your cloud saves over on the right side. Like I know Factorio has it. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe... Okay. Well, it's gotta be there. I mean, I set it up. I'm probably just stupid and I like don't know the... Okay, it's just under general. Let's go see if that's where it's showing for lured in. I'm not seeing it there. Let's check the demo. Nope. I don't know. Maybe I didn't do it right. We can go look at our settings in Steamworks. What did I do wrong? So regular lured in version. Let's go into here. It's under Steam Cloud. I have it set up, so 10 files and whatever that is. Oh. Why did I have that on beta mode? Okay, that's probably why it wasn't working. That's stupid. Let me go check this. We'll see if that works. Let me also go check the Learn in demo. See if that one's working. Hopefully. Steam Cloud. It should not be marked as beta testing. I don't know why it automatically marked it as beta testing. I don't know why. Let's give that a try. And the last one, the playtest. Getting tired of all these apps filling up in here. I wish there was a way to like hide apps, you know, that you have on Steam. There isn't though. Okay, so this one's fine, but it's not published yet, I guess. Let's go ahead and publish it. Changes. All right, it should be working now. And I might have to like wait for this to update. If I verify integrity, it probably will. There we go. Now it actually shows Steam Cloud. Okay. Very wacky. But we should be good now. I don't know why it wasn't working before. I guess I just, yeah. This one should update. I think I have to verify integrity. Boom. All right, so it shows it there. I don't know when it decides to start the cloud saving process. I might just have to like actually boot up the game for it to do something. Until it like actually creates a cloud save. And then quit. And will it create one? Works for you. Oh yeah, there it goes. 13 kilobytes stored. Okay, cool. So we're gaming now, guys. Sorry about that. Thought I had it set up properly, but apparently it was in beta mode for some reason. Ugh. Yeah, thanks for bringing it up. Thank you for the speen. Do you like voxel art games? Do you mean stuff like Minecraft or like more like true voxel art where like the characters and everything are also voxels? Because you've got something like a teardown. This is like full voxel mode. Right, like everything is a voxel. Yeah, like teardown. Yeah, I mean, it's cool. I've seen some games that do it in a way, though, that can be a little frustrating or slow. Like, when you have to, like, manipulate every single individual voxel. Teardown's cool. Like, you know, you, like, blow through things with bombs and guns, and so it's kind of fun. But yeah, voxel stuff is cool. I feel like I would not enjoy developing a voxel game. It seems like it'd be a technical nightmare to make all your voxels work, especially something like Teardown, where every single voxel is simulated with physics. That would be really hard and not fun. But in terms of the visuals, I think it's cool. So I don't mind it. But yeah. Honestly, there's not really any visual styles I don't like. It just depends on how people go about like presenting them. I think realism can both look great sometimes and also very bad. You know, I've seen both. I've seen both sides with basically any single style you could ever make your game. So, yeah, gameplay wise, I think there's like Noita is not a voxel game, but it kind of has that same energy where like every single pixel is simulated. I still haven't played Noita. One of these days I do really want to. I can't remember if I bought it or not. I did buy it, so I do want to try it out eventually. It just seems cool, like having the entire world simulated like that is kind of crazy. And the way that they program it is very, very neat. I don't know, I just don't like realism. I can't tell why. I honestly don't blame you at all. I think there's a lot of reasons to not like realism. I think first off, a lot of games completely bank on the realism, and they're like, we're gonna make this the most ultra realistic game ever, and then they forget to make the game fun. Right? Developers should never fully focus on realism and the sacrifice of their gameplay, because nobody cares. And if you have a bad realistic game, it's still a bad game, right? Honestly, I think with realism, you have to be careful, you know? You can go for a realistic looking game, but when it comes to mechanics, I don't think it should ever be ultra realistic unless it's like a simulating, like trying to be as realistic as possible, something like American Truck Simulator. But even then, that game has a lot of realism mechanics, like simplified and gamified. Also, like, yeah, I mean, I'm not really super crazy about like realistic graphics. I just think it's a lot more boring than something stylized. One like route that developers take sometimes that I like, it's like a good in-between between the two, is like something like Grounded, where it is sort of realism, but also at the same time it's like a very stylized form of realism, you know? Like none of these assets look super realistic. The characters are kind of goofy and cartoonish proportions. And I feel like this is a good compromise between the two. This is like to the extent I'd want my realism, right? Where like it still has its own unique vibe and style, but they can still have fun and play with all the fancy rendering and texturing stuff. I feel like this is like the best way to go about it, in my opinion. Yeah, and each realism game looks exactly like the other. Yeah, see, that's the problem with realism, is like, I think people forget to actually make their games look cool and interesting. Yeah, like trying to tell realistic games apart from each other is it's difficult. I mean, Cyberpunk I feel like is a good example of realism in my opinion, because the setting of Cyberpunk is very different from everything, right? Like just the fact that they've got all these neon lights and fancy stuff unique to the Cyberpunk universe. I think that's kind of like a good way to go about it. Oh yeah, also Kingdom Come Deliverance. Like there's ways to do realism in a way that still creates a cohesive style of your world, you know? And I think Cyberpunk does that well, because it's not just generic realism, it's kind of like realism through the lens of the Cyberpunk universe, and I think that's fine, right? That's the good way to do it. And yeah, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, like this game knows what it is and what the setting is, and I think that's why it also works for something like this, because you're seeing a very cohesive universe. So I think that's the most important thing, is cohesion. So it's not always bad, but I think people use it as like an excuse, and that's when it is bad. It should always be like a deliberate decision that you center things around, instead of it being just an afterthought. Like, let's just make this realistic because it's cool and I feel like it. That's not good. It should be a deliberate decision, I think. How does assigning colors to nicknames and credits work? Yeah, basically I just set this up so it's like depending on how many strings you've translated. So I can't remember. I think like the diamond tier is like more than 1,000 strings or something like that. Copper is like, can't even remember, 50 or something, and then gold is like 200, something like that. But I just threw it in at the end. It's just a fun little like, you know, token of appreciation for people that spend time to translate so many different strings. So, and it's not to like push these people down, like the people that didn't translate as many, but it's just a way to be like, yo, this guy put in specifically a lot of work translating a ton of different keys. So yeah. And maybe at the very bottom, eventually I'll add in like a little key so it's obvious what it means by the colors here. But yeah, it's just in terms of number of keys translated. That's all it really is. Oh yeah, I want to test the fishing region now. Do I see? Am I getting input here? I don't seem to be capturing input, which is interesting. So it must be that the input is still not unhandled. I think what I need to do that is set this mouse to ignore. And I'm still not getting it unhandled. So There must be something in here that's handling the input before the fishing region gets a chance to handle it. And I really don't know what. So it's not the mouse filter. Let's just go ahead and do this. This is a good way to test it, is just select and whatever I get selected. So it is still detecting the cast zone. Just to get this node out of the way, I'm going to transform it and say top left and set the size to 0. And now it should be working. It's still capturing the... Oh, the clouds. I think the clouds are maybe getting captured here. They shouldn't be. Let me make sure their mouse mode is set to ignore. It is, so I don't know why those would be captured. Maybe it is capturing in here now. Still not printing out anything in here. Maybe it's not receiving a mouse button press. No. Still just can't do it for some reason. See, I'm not 100% sure what's blocking this. We'll have to get that figured out. You can see, like, when this is full rect, I can see it here. So it's not this one. Yeah, I'm not sure. Hey, thank you for the cheese time, Nick. Welcome in. Polish translator here, by the way. Epic. Thank you very much for your help. I appreciate it. Do you think like a game like DayZ is possible for a solo game? Let me take a look. I don't remember if I've ever played DayZ or not. I might have it. Nope, I do not have DayZ. So this is like sort of an open world, like PvE kind of thing. Or I guess it could be PvP. Well, you can choose to team up, I guess, if you want. Yeah, PvE or PvP. Okay. I mean, definitely this would be quite the undertaking for a solo developer. Just due to the sheer scale of the environment, that's like one of the biggest time sinks that you'd get. Because it is an enormous world, right? You've got whole cities you have to model. Tons of stuff. And trying to like do all that and at the same time making it multiplayer and all of that stuff is a massive load of work. Thank you for the hydrate. In the posture check. And the wrist check. Yeah, I mean, the people behind this, Bohemia, they're probably an enormous company with many employees, right? Because, like, oh yeah, they've also made Arma and stuff like that. Like, they've also been around for a long time. I mean, it looks like they've been making stuff forever. 2007? So that is a lot of development experience just right off the bat, right? So, honestly, DayZ was originally a mod, though, for Arma. Oh, okay, that's interesting. Though it would be theoretically possible, I don't think it'd be possible in a reasonable amount of time. I'd say it would probably take a solo developer decades to make something like this, you know? Because it's just so much stuff that you'd have to do. I probably wouldn't recommend making something like this as a solo developer. There's ways, though, that you could take certain elements of this and kind of reformat it in a way that would be possible as a solo developer. Like, first off, eliminating multiplayer, or at least changing the multiplayer so it's not using public servers. That's, like, one of the big things. I'd eliminate that. And that would already be a massive improvement. Also, like, this has such an enormous map. You'd want to shrink the map down a lot, probably. Or, like, kind of set it up in a way to where you, like, travel to, like, you have, like, one little area you work on and then maybe some kind of tunnel or something you walk through. and then you load in like a new region. That would be a lot easier as a solo developer because it means you can take on these different areas one by one instead of having to develop this one massive interconnected map. And it simplifies a lot of the code because then you wouldn't have to do like, you know, chunk loading and all this crazy stuff and as many LOD optimizations, because it would get really hard. So yeah, it's hard. I wouldn't wish it upon my worst enemy to have to make a game this scale. Because like, I think it's always a good idea as a game developer to plan a way out. Like, make it so that you have a date you can finish the game by and fully release it, and you can keep working on it if you want, but don't lock yourself into a project that's going to take you 20 years because, you know, 20 years is a long freaking time, and by the time you're even 2 years into it, you're probably going to be a different person with different desires and goals. And then you're going to realize, like, oh man, I've made an enormous mistake. At least that's what I think. That's how I would feel making a game like this, right? So, I've been locked in so long to make sure everything is still in order. Yeah. Yeah, we're probably going to head off stream here in just a little bit, so. Remove multiplayer completely and no problem. I mean, it still definitely would be a lot of work, but multiplayer would make it much easier, I think. So thank you for the follow, Alex. I appreciate it. Yeah, multiplayer is going to be kind of the... Multiplayer is like a multiplier of your difficulty, right? Like, if this game took 10 years single player, it's going to take 20 years multiplayer. At least that's the way I always look at it. It just makes everything so much harder. So... Even a single player thing, though, this would still be an absolutely enormous amount of work, right? It would take years. One of the big reasons is just the sheer quantity of models in the map, right? I mean, you have literally thousands and thousands of models here. You've got all the trees, you've got to model the entire environment and nature, and like, if you want it to be up to the quality of the models and stuff in a map like this, you're going to have to either spend a bunch of money on asset packs, which won't look as good, or you're going to have to learn Blender and get really good at 3D modeling, which that just alone would take you years to do, right? Let alone also make a game at the same time. And that's just the environment. We're not even talking about like gun models and stuff like that, and the structures and buildings and players and clothing, and it just compounds. There's so much stuff. Just looking at the screenshots, and I'm sure this is a very small subset of the content in this game, right? And yeah, just all the programming you'd have to do for something like this too would be quite an undertaking. I mean, the programming wouldn't be as bad, but it's like kind of like more the level design and just creating everything. Oh, you mean like why does multiplayer complicate development so much? Oh. So when you do multiplayer, it changes the way you have to program completely. Like normally in single player, it's very predictable and easy. Like if I draw this out, you have like the flow of your gameplay logic, right? It's like this, right? Where everything is just in a straight, neat line and it stays like that forever. So if something like lags your game out or something in between a frame, the game just stops. Everything just pauses for a minute and it waits. And then it's like, okay, we're not lagging anymore. Let's continue on. And it's fine. And it's super predictable and easy. You can rely on things. But when you're programming multiplayer, the problem is like some person might lag. It could be either the client or the server. And during this lag event, they're going to continue moving forward in time and processing, but the other person won't. So by the time the lag is over, you're now out of sync with the server or the client. And so basically the way you have to architecture your entire project is asynchronously. You have to like assume that inputs and stuff from players and actions could just appear at any time, and you have no way to like know when it's going to happen. So that's one of the big reasons why multiplayer is so hard, because that's like, it causes an enormous amount of problems and bugs with everything in the game. And that's why Starground has been such an enormous, massive, annoying process. It's like 4 times the development time. It really like is, honestly. And especially when you've got something like this that's like a public like server architecture, that's even more complicated to do the multiplayer, because you've got to make sure that like everybody's latency is fair, and you've got to do like anti-cheat stuff. You've got to analyze inputs from clients and compare them to the server's own internal like prediction stuff, and make sure that it's possible for a player to make a certain input, and it's so complicated. This player is like a lot of prediction making. Well, it's a lot of like, you have to predict stuff, but then also at the same time react to stuff that happens too, and compare your prediction against the reaction and stuff. It's so complicated. But that's just for the absolute basic stuff, like for moving and doing stuff. The other part of it that gets exponentially harder is like map modification. So like, let's say that somebody chops down a tree. You now have to synchronize that tree is chopped down to every single person on the server. Or let's say somebody equips, a cosmetic. You have to do the same thing there. Like, you have to constantly maintain all these like states between the server and the client. If this is just a single player game, it's so easy. You just say, okay, swap out the mesh, we're done. Right? There's nothing else that you have to do. Like if somebody equipped a jacket, it's like, okay, replace my shirt with the jacket mesh, I'm done. But if you're on multiplayer, you have to do that. You have to first send that input from the player. You have to verify it on the server. Then you have to change it on the server, and then resync it to every single one of your clients that one person changed their jacket. So what becomes like one little simple process is now this massive multi-step update, event. So it's just a nightmare. This is why if I ever tackle multiplayer again, the only thing I'd probably want to do is a very simple, tiny game with multiplayer. Something with a static world that never changes, static characters and states that don't change, or if there are anything that changes, it's only like a number or something, right? Like, for example, like in an FPS, the world never changes. The only thing that really changes there is the equipment you're holding, or like the health of players. And it's so much easier to synchronize stuff like that instead of world states. Oh, don't even get me started on like modifiable terrain and stuff like that. That just gets absolutely nightmarish. Yeah, turn-based, I'd probably only want to do turn-based multiplayer. Live multiplayer, I mean, it's possible, but you run into so many more issues. The nice thing about turn-based is you're basically emulating the flow of a normal single-player game with turn-based. Like, you have some player's turn, and you can just sit there and wait as long as you want until the next player's turn finishes. And so it's essentially this pattern without having to worry about all this asynchronous stuff. So turn-based multiplayer isn't like the worst thing ever. If people do want to do multiplayer, I'd probably recommend that instead. But even just that alone is still a nightmare. It's so much work. Made an arena brawler game, so live PvP with weapons and abilities, the amount of statuses and states you have to handle alongside map switching and AI, yeah. Believe me, I feel ya. Because Starground, the game I'm working on, it's like an automation dungeon crawler. Even though it looks like some simple, cute, happy little game, oh my god. Trying to synchronize all of this stuff on multiplayer has been nothing but trouble. I've got to synchronize what items are on conveyors. I've got to synchronize inventories. I've got to synchronize like numbers on these buildings, what is the progress of the current recipe, the time of day, the enemy positions, the damage people are doing, and effects on the entities, and it's scary. It's so much work. And this is why I am scared of multiplayer. And also, don't even get me started. This game also has destructible terrain. You can like dig up the tiles and replace them with shovels. So every single time somebody joins, I have to like send out all the new updated tiles to everybody and stuff. And also due to the sheer quantity of how big the map is, I'd start running into packet limiting a lot. And that's just another layer of headache on top of everything. Oh, God. But are there like out-of-the-box solutions for multiplayer? Not really. There are like some like systems to make it easier for you, but even those, you'll immediately start running into stuff that you have to program yourself. Yeah, there's frameworks, but there's not just like a drag and drop solution to multiplayer, because every single game has a completely different way they have to synchronize stuff, different variables they've got to synchronize. I mean, Godot has built-in multiplayer support, and that's what I used for Starground, and it definitely helped and made it easier. But support is a much different thing from a drag and drop solution. Like, I still had to spend so much work getting it all to work. And sometimes it's actually a bad thing using like a framework, not having access to those low-level packets and stuff you're sending. Because sometimes there are issues that happen with those frameworks that you run into, and you're probably the only person that will run into it ever, because it depends on the kind of game you're making. I run in that constantly. I have an issue with the high-level multiplayer with Godot, and I try and look up how to fix it, and there's nothing. Nobody's ever ran into the problem before, and now it's just a matter of, okay, I have to figure out how to fix this myself completely now. And it sucks. It's the worst. And I love when the error messages are just like, failed packet, and there's like nothing to go off of. It's not like normal debugging, where it's just like obvious, like this line is broken because of this. You know, it's not like that. If you have a bug in multiplayer, it's like you have to replicate the exact network conditions that caused a bug to happen. Ugh. I could go on forever why multiplayer is so hard, but really avoid it unless you're doing a super simple turn-based game, because it just makes everything so hard. Love me some automation conveyor belts, but yeah, it's crazy to layer multiplayer ads on top. Oh yeah, it's insane. It's like been an absolute nightmare. And this is why like I have started to hate working on Starground so much, you know, is because of the multiplayer. And that's the reason. If Starground was single player, honestly, it'd be so much easier to make this game, but it's not. Yeah, also sometimes bloat. Yeah, those drag and drop things also bring a lot of baggage in with them and stuff too. Sucks to get resentment for your own project. I've had the same thing as a multiplayer. Yeah, it's like, that to me is the thing that has killed. I've never had, I don't know. Multiplayer is just the killer of motivation, really, because you constantly run into things. It does not hold your hand when it comes to fixing issues. You're kind of left on your own. It frickin' sucks. Is co-op easier? I mean, it's easier to a certain extent, but it really depends on the kind of game again. Like, if you have a world like Starground is an absolute nightmare, because Starground is co-op, right? It's not PvP. So having editable terrain, inventories, and conveyor belts, and all of this stuff, synchronizing all of that data constantly is not easier at all. It's like the hardest kind of multiplayer you could do, I feel like. There's just so much stuff you have to synchronize. So if you're talking something like Portal, you know, Portal 2, for example, I feel like that kind of game, adding multiplayer to something like that is much, much easier. It's still a nightmare, but like when you play through Portal 2 in the multiplayer mode, you're in these static levels and puzzle rooms, so it means you're not having to like synchronize that data continuously. Everybody has a copy of the puzzle room on their own computers. And so it means that like it's very easy for Valve to set up the co-op there. And also the only thing you're really doing in Portal is like switching a few buttons and placing down portals. That's all you're doing. You're not like changing the world in like big fundamental physical ways. So, and the only like, you don't have inventories you have to manage. It's just so much easier. So it depends on the kind of co-op game. Like a puzzle co-op game, not the worst ever. But if you do anything with inventories and stuff like that, that's when things start to become a nightmare. So for example, DayZ. That would be an absolute nightmare, I think. Factorio vibes, yeah, for sure. Main difference is the pacing of the game can affect, like, yeah. Yeah, a bug will cause to be less problematic. Yeah, PvP, a shot missing is very bad, whereas, say, an item not being picked up instantly or bugging out is less bad, but still a bug. Yeah, that's the other thing, too, is, like, it just depends on the game. Each genre of game has a challenge. Like, I know with PvP, latency is the constant problem, the constant challenge. And also, especially, like, anti-cheat with PvP is not something you have to worry about with a co-op game. Because if somebody's cheating on Counter-Strike, it kind of ruins the game for everybody. So you have to make sure that people aren't cheating. And that's a whole nother aspect of multiplayer in and of itself. I mean, this is why people build their entire careers around just multiplayer, because there's so much that goes into it. You could just program pure multiplayer for your entire life and have plenty of jobs to do. So... competitive shooters and fighting games, next level multiplayer pain. Yeah, right. Yeah, you have to do some crazy stuff with that, where you have to, like, yeah, do like predictive input stuff. It's so hard. Ugh. Thank you a lot for explaining and teaching all these things. Just distracting you from a game. No, it's all good. I mean, that's why I'm here, is to talk with people, right? So honestly, the actual programming is kind of a side activity. So that's fine. But yeah, I hope it helps. I mean, these are like the things, like, I had no idea about any of this stuff before I started working on Starground. And I think it's the same for a lot of people, where, like, they understand that multiplayer is probably hard, but I feel like until you actually dive into it or hear it from somebody that's done it, you really don't understand why, or, like, just how difficult it can become, you know? It starts off just being like a little, like, oh, I got my guys to connect to each other, and oh, look, they can walk around and I can see the other guy moving. And then, like, it really snowballs, and it's just every new feature you add into the game, you have to make sure it works with every other multiplayer feature, and it's just the worst ever. So yeah, I want to avoid it like the plague, unless I come up with a really good game idea that needs multiplayer. But otherwise, I feel like if I can come up with an idea that works as a single-player game, I am going to make it single-player. It's just not worth it. Unless I'm making a bunch of money, then it changes a little bit. Like, let's say Lured In came out and I made, like, $500,000. Then I'd take a look at doing multiplayer, because now my time spent on something like that, it would be justified. Otherwise, I'm not going to do multiplayer. But anyways, unfortunately, I do have to end stream now. Yeah, I'm going to keep messing around with Lured In and try and get the clicking out a menu thing working. I just need to fix it for the fishing region. I honestly might just fix it for that one spot, since it's the only area where it actually happens. So we'll see. Let's rate Dobbs, though. So why not? The stream, yeah. Thank you, Raymoos, for coming in. I appreciate it. Ayo, 30 stream streak. Oh, chic, let's go. Came in right before we're about to end. Yeah, let's go raid Dobbs. Yeah, thank you guys for coming in. I appreciate it. Feel free to wishlist Lured In on Steam. Join the Discord if you want. And yeah, sorry I didn't actually do much Lured In stuff, but it's okay. I hope I was helpful and that the information was worthwhile. But yeah, thank you everybody for coming in. Yeah, Next Fest is in 3 days, so check it out. The demo of Lured In during Next Fest. We'll be live again tomorrow at 3:30 MDT. So I'll see you guys then. Bye everybody. I'll see you tomorrow. Goodbye.
D